Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, November the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. Couple of yeses. That means you can hear me and you can see my screen. So this week I just did a check. There are less than 100 companies releasing earnings. Of course, we have a very short week. Markets are closed on Thursday, half a day on Friday. So that would account for a little bit of that. So what's the big news? Disney, big news on Disney. So the new guy only lasted 11 months, and then Iger, I don't know how to pronounce his name, came back in to rescue the mouse. So that is what happened. The CEO, again, the old CEO got turfed last night, I think, and Iger came stepping back in. So there is Disney, DIS, of course, just a little bit over $100. Um, Big area for it to try to take out, if it's going to keep going, is about 102. Morning, Aja, in our YouTube room. So yeah, so there's that 102 level. So if Disney somehow take that out, then it's got a little bit of room to the 108 level. But I guess the big thing is, can it hold 100? So China's at it again, guys. So again, lockdown, lockdown off, lockdown, lockdown off, wax on, wax off. I mean, here we go. KWeb is down a lot. I'm not going to go over every single China stock. Most of them are down. Iger, okay. Could be Iger. Yeah, the way I'm going to say Iger then, Iger. Somebody's trying to tell me the pronunciation of his name. Brazilian stock. At least a couple of the Brazilian stocks are moving higher. Here is the Brazilian country ETF. It's up a little. Actually, it's up a lot. I mean, 4%. That's a big move. So I don't know if they had their election recently, maybe the swearing in today. I really don't know. But I see a couple of Brazilian stocks that I'm familiar with. ELP, these are energy stocks, ELP and PBR. PBR, Vale, as I said, they would say it there. So it's just those two well, I shouldn't say just, but those two energy stocks, PBR and ELP. MMAT it's popped up. They did a financing, surges after a public offering. Just trying to see what it actually was. I don't have a price for it, but anyway, MMAT has popped a bit this morning. WETG, WETG, and they are moving higher after the company announced a $120 million agreement with VMade. Okay, so there's your reason for WETG popping this morning. WETG, ICU. Now it had a big, huge pop. It's pulled right back down, but still up, I think 50%. Yeah, it's still up 50%. So I don't see any news on it. Just trying to see. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. It's a recent IPO or SPAC. Probably this was a SPAC, just based on the price. So probably it was a SPAC, which turned into ICU. But again, it popped up to $10, right back down to 578, still up 47% from its close on Friday. EUDA, EUDA. News on this one? Yeah, so they did their SPAC merger on Friday. And so they're having a bit of a day. Let's see, what was the high on Friday? 630. So not at that high, but certainly. So it's up 28%. A lot of volume too. Where are they out of? Yeah, I'm not sure where they're out of exactly. NWTN, I think this is another either SPAC or IPO. NWTN. WTN. I think this was the SPAC. Turned into WTN on this day. A little bit. This is out of United Arab Emirates, okay? And ENSC, ENSC, ENSC. This is gapping up and now down. So probably nothing about this one. Yeah, it's just up to 2% now. So had a little pop this morning. Well, not a little pop up to $3, right back down to 2. I don't see any news on it. And Verx, VERX, VERX is in xylophone. Okay, I don't see any news on this one. Don't see it. It's holding. So the trade of the week this week is PAR, PARR. Suggested entry around 25, so it is not there. Energy play. Let's see what happens with that one this week. SHC. That was second on my list. For some reason, I jumped it. I went from Disney to MMAT. Yeah, SHC. If there's any news on this one, positive court ruling. So all I have here is a positive court ruling. Court rules in its favor. That's all I've got. I don't know. I have no idea what it's about, but and not a low float, 98 million. What's interesting to me is there's not any huge stocks losing money. Well, not losing from the change from the close this morning. I mean, SADX, but that's that crazy one. And QH, that's a China stock. Other than that, those are the only two that are more than down 10%. Usually we see, quite a few more. And IMGO, I did talk about it. This is a buyout. Okay, so this is a buyout, so nothing really to see here. Merck. See if it's a so it's a cash deal. So it is a cash deal. I agree, Jay. Slim pickings today. I did see this SVRE. It is up. I just can't get too excited about this daily chart on it. SVRE. It is 2.8 million in the float, so it's a low float. It's up 17%. So, I mean, watch it, I guess. I'll put a heart on it. I don't see any. So there was a little bit of news. Osam Nestle expands their installation of the Saver One protection system across its fleet. So there was some news on it. Okay, guys, so 9:10. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. This is from briefing.com. Don't anticipate too many with this short week. Okay, it hasn't hit my email yet, so I'll have to wait on that. There they are. Yeah, we had a few upgrades, not very many downgrades. Okay, we're gonna take a look at ONON. I got done this, ONON, upgrade from Goldman. Let's see if they put some kind of a crazy price target on it. I'm hearing CVNA. CVNA just going to zero. Oh, I shouldn't say that. CVNA is dropping, guys. CVNA. All right, let me just do a look at ONON and see what's happening with ONON. All right, so okay, they got a buy target of 28. Okay, Goldman upgraded ONON to buy with a target of 28. Not quite as dramatic as the one from last week, but worth paying attention to. ONON. Okay, let me get the sorry. Let me get the downgrades in now. There's a couple more to go. All right, there were the upgrades, the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me just get them into our YouTube room. Hmm. So this is the one I was referring to from last week, guys, the FDMT, where Goldman put a $68 price target on it and just had a run from 15 to 24. These are just analyst opinions, ILG, okay? Analysts' opinions of where they think a stock may go. Either they're upgrading them or they're downgrading them. Sometimes they go from neutral positions to, yeah, we think you should buy it, things like that. Sometimes they'll put a price target on it. This is what I'm talking about. Last week, FDMT was an upgrade from Goldman, and they actually put a $68 price target on it. Again, does it mean it's going to get to $68? Of course not. Could, but it certainly had definitely that's the reason for the rise. So that's why when I saw ONON this morning, and it's a Goldman upgrade, and they put a $28 price target on it. So could it get to 28? Yeah, well, could it start to move because of, Goldman's got some weight. So that's why I just to keep an eye on it. And these upgrades and downgrades, they're nothing to do with trade ideas. This is, you can go online and you can see there's definitely websites devoted to upgrades and downgrades. So for instance, sometimes, I mean, we've got lots of different trading styles in here. Somebody might even be holding a stock as an example, and if you're holding a stock that is getting an upgrade, it might make you feel a little better. If it's getting a downgrade, it may not make you feel better. Doesn't mean you got to sell it or anything like that, but EAF. Oh, that's right. I did see this one. I did see this one earlier after the company said it, okay, could resume its operations at its Monterrey, Mexico facility. All right, so there's EAF, bit of a pop. But I guess Disney is the one, guys. I mean, if it can hold 100, and I was saying in the pre-market, I mean, if you look at this 101.91, I think that's it. Let's call it 102. If it can somehow hold 100 and break 102, then it's got, room into that 108 area. And again, if you're just joining in now, the big news on Disney is that their CEO of 11 months has been turfed, and the old CEO coming back. And I think Aja is telling me I should be pronouncing his name Iger. Well, but he says he's not going to be on Twitter now. So who knows? Who knows? So thank you for the invite, but no, 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 not turf. No, no, just thank you for the invite, but I'm going to stick whatever this is called. It's not digital world, but whatever this thing is called, social media or social something or other. Well, with PVT and ELP, I mean, of course, a couple of Brazilian energy stocks. So there's got to be something happening there, and I don't, but it's not widespread because Vale is not moving up. I thought it might have had something to, but the Brazilian country ETF is definitely, I think it was up 4% last time I looked, so it's up 3% now. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Click on new, and then I'm going to click on docked channel bar and go down to sector status. Now, you guys might still have to click on something that says more. If you scroll down and you don't see sector status, you probably see something that says more channels or something like that. I guess in the development version I'm on, we've removed that, which I'm glad we have. All right, so we're in for a negative open, not a horribly negative open, but we're in for a negative open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs, or the major sectors, and this is the XLEs, the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? It means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close, below Friday's close. That's what that means. So let's take a look at the other sectors. Technology, 94% of them are down. Is there a strong sector? And the answer is no. Nothing is really strong. I always discount utilities just because people consider these are more dividend players, I guess, but not usually that exciting. But you can see there's not a strong sector. Now, next thing we like to do now is where are they in relation to their 200-day moving average? So here's XLE. So still very strong. Energy is very strong. And the trade of the week is an energy stock, PARR. So there, that green line, that is the 200-day moving average. So well above still. Go look at retail, XRT. So it is trying to challenge that 200-day moving average 4 days ago. So it's just a little bit below it. XLP, consumer staples. So finally bounced above it. Look at that. So Thursday it was sitting on the 200-day, and Friday it went above it. Healthcare, XLV. Healthcare above the 200-day moving average. So far we've got energy. What did I say about retail? It's a little bit below it. Okay, so energy and consumer staples and healthcare are above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI, above. Financials, how are our financials doing with respect to the 200-day? So everybody, I mean, the market, it's interesting because we all think that the market is just really in a sorry state. I'm not saying that we're certainly not out of the woods, but it's interesting how these major ETFs are above the 200-day moving average still. Usually but not consumer discretionary. People aren't yet, so that is below. Still, materials, XLB, basically a little bit above, sort of sitting on it. Now, here is the terrible one, guys. XLC. XLC is still probably way below. Yeah, it's below, way below the 200-day moving average, XLC. And technology is going to be below, but not as bad as communications, not quite as bad. So of the 10 sectors I looked at, 6 are above and 4 are below the 200-day moving average. Communications is still way below. Of course, Disney is part of that, I believe. Yeah, we've got companies like Netflix and Google. So anyway, that's your analysis of the major ETFs, with energy certainly being the top one still. And that's been for months and months and months. So even though, the energy stocks are down today, the sector overall is still looking good. Thursday is a market holiday. Yes, Mac. Thursday is a market holiday. Obviously, you're not in the States. Neither am I, but hard not to know, living in Canada, that Thursday is American Thanksgiving. And then half a day on Friday. And also, William, I think, to what I, of course, reading. I mean, this on again, off again thing with China, lockdown, lock up, lockdown, lock off. So that's the other thing I was reading about, regarding oil. But so there's KWeb, guys. So will we have a rally at all? There's KWeb. There is your major ETF for China stocks. At least I think it is. Okay, keep an eye. Well, look at ICU now, ICU now, guys. Look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the volume that's coming into ICU. This could be the wild one. I have no. Okay, this single stock window's got all messed up here. Why? I don't know. Give me a moment because I think the float is very low for this ICU. There we go. There's your float, 2.4 million. Yeah. So this is going to be more than likely the crazy one today because of the float. It's still up 62%. At one point, it got up to almost $10, basically $10. Look at the volume that's coming in. 1.14 million, 1.5, 1.15 million. So on that 15-minute candle right there. So I guess, if you three to watch, I guess ONON on that Goldman upgrade to $28. Disney, of course, to see if it can hold, 100. And then ICU, see if it really is going to be the crazy one today. And the only reason this could be crazy, I don't see any news on it. Just a relatively recent IPO. Well, I think this looks like this was a SPAC that turned into ICU right here. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, this is definitely a SPAC, LMF acquisition. So all right, guys, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. And we are less than a minute to the open. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll try to let things settle down. And again, if I'm new to trading, I'd sit out the first 30 minutes. What do I consider a low float? Anything under 20 million. That's what I consider a low float. Others might say 10. And a lot of the things that we see, I mean, the 2.4 million, that's what makes something that 2.4 million really stand out. That's why I can really go crazy. But somebody who's used to trading, or Meta or some of the large market cap stocks, they would consider probably 100 million low. All depends on what you're used to trading. All right, guys, we're now open for business here. GLDG, gold miner. Okay, so didn't see this one in the pre-market. I don't see stocks under $1. Just popped a little bit above $1 right now. All right, there's your SHC. Yes, SHC. And this is a positive court ruling for these guys, SHC. So when you look at the daily chart, yeah, I mean, if it can maintain this level, 960, I mean, that's a big one. I mean, because if you look at the next high looking left is that right? 806? Yeah, I mean, this could keep running right from the beginning, guys. It could. But remember, things are very whippy in the first 15 minutes. But this has got it's got the room because when you look left, I mean, where it is right now, when you look left, the next high is 965. So, and at least it did have some news. I have an alert set for on the way down. IC on the way down, actually. Okay, interesting. Well, there goes the SHC, guys, right off the bat. Right off the bat, the SHC. So, if you're a little less conservative than I am, you may or may not have taken that one right off the bat. Big move now, guys, for SHC. Big move. Next high looking left, again, is at 965. So it's about $1 away from that high. And the market's putting in a bit of a rebound now. And we have some halts. So EUDA was halted on on the way up. Yeah, I guess on the way up. And of course, the SHC was halted right at 861. TC, somebody mentioned TC just, on the way down. Wow, yikes. Through the 200-day moving average also. Pricing of a $15 million financing. They're raising $15 million at 275, so below the financing price. Another halt, guys. A lot of halts already. STIM, no, wow, another one on the way down. STIM, halted on the way down. And this is it. This is my halts resumes. Again, one of these scans I'm sharing. It's a scan, but really it's just letting us know when stocks are halted and then when they resume. MFH was halted on the way up. Okay, MFH was halted on the way up. No real action till 9:15. Didn't really see this one. It's a low float, 13 million in the float. China stock, China FinTech. Okay, China stock. So if you took this SHC, there's the halt at 861. This is the potential opening area at 870. This is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. I'm sorry. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker will have something similar. This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, so this will open at 9:37 plus 53 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. That's typically what they are. Boy, we're getting lots of halt. Oh, this one is probably halted on the way up. Yeah, so I got to tell you about it because we got halted, or it's got halted in our halts resume. So be very careful. Again, SATX. Okay, so this is showing SI, which shows up every single day now in the crypto universe. So SI is on the way down here, guys. And this is now getting closer and closer to a lifetime low. And Lucid, LCID 1068. This is getting very close to an all-time low. Also, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. So look at the market, guys. Look at that big, huge. Remember that was a big green candle on the way up, then the big sell-off. Look at that big topping tail. Big sell-off now. Okay, the MFH just opened. MFH just opened. Wow. So this was got what we got halted at, and NWTN. Another boy. We've got a lot of halts this morning already. So MFH, what did it get halted at? 165. So it's a little bit above that halt price through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, again, this is a China fintech stock. Might want to keep an eye on the gap, guys. GPS. This was an earnings play last week, and it's trying to. Was it on? Yeah, this the reaction. Here's the reaction on Friday. So it's trying to get a. It's getting closer to the high on Friday. So this could be a second day continuation of earnings. Yeah, I never look at average volume, Hull. That's just me. I don't. I never look at average volume. So I never use a filter like a 5-day average volume or 10-day. The reason being is that some of these stocks explode out of nowhere. And so I'm not saying this is going to happen with MFH, but some of these stocks all of a sudden they trade millions of shares, and when you look at their average volume, it might have been only like 50,000 shares over the last 5 days. So I never use that filter, just because I don't care about what happened in the past. I just want to know if it's trading really abnormally today. But that's me. Okay, guys. Wow, SHC. If you took that one, you're laughing. Look at this now, SHC. Look at the volume. My guess is that if you look at the average volume of this one, is going to be really bad. Not bad, but no, the volume was 1.83 million. I guess it wouldn't be that bad, but it's going to do. Who knows what it's going to do today? Now, this is shortable for me. SHC, how many shares? Yeah, tons of shares, 1.5 million, and a very low fee rate, Ija. So this is shortable for me. At some point, you would think this is going to, it's already gone parabolic already, but the next high looking left is 965. Very close, 20 cents away. Yeah, if it can somehow, tear through that, then the next high is 1491. I guess I should have looked to see exactly. So this is the favorable ruling. I guess this is their drug found not liable for women's cancer. Give me one moment, please. So again, there's a case, in which, because of my conservative nature and not wanting to trade in the first 15 minutes, something like this, yeah, it just ran. But I've just seen too many times where something will pop immediately and then drop and up and down in the first 15. And, you can get whipped out of positions very, very quickly. But I run the risk of, yeah, I mean, something like this would just keep going. I probably should have paid a little more attention because that high over here was 806. But anyway, if you guys took it, great. And the reason I say that 806 because it was over 8. And so, it's one of these ones when you look left, it had lots of room. Lots of room. When I say lots of room, I'm talking lots of room. When you look at a higher time frame, lots of room for it to keep running until it hits the next high. So again, that's why that 965 is the next high. That could prove to be a real stalling point. Where to get up to? Got up to 960. I'm not saying there's nothing saying it's going to stop at 965, but the volume just increasing. Yeah, so Denver, you have to do a refresh then. You always seem to have either audio issues or you have to do a refresh. My screen is not frozen. Well, I mean, it might be frozen on your end. I'll just ask, um, what are you guys seeing? SHC in the main room? You should see SHC. If it's frozen for everybody, then I have an issue, but okay, so it's on your end. Thank you, Pepe. So it's on your end, Denver. All right, so EUDA just resumed. Now this, I have no idea what the float is. We'll have no float information on them at all. Again, maybe it's because it's so new. But more than likely it is a low float. Look at this, look at that topping tail on the SPY. Wow. Again, SHC may have, I mean, it got literally within a nickel of that high right there. How's that ICU doing now? If I were, where are they? It's actually a US based company too. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have picked ICU as my ticker symbol. I still wouldn't have. I know it's a medical company, but I still wouldn't have. I mean, maybe. I mean, if they specialize in intensive care unit, if that's their specialty, maybe. But I don't know. I just keep an eye on DLO, guys. Keep an eye on DLO. This is the one from last week with the fraud allegations, I guess. This is the one, there were two last week. I should remember better. The one, this is the one from Muddy Waters? Yeah, there's your SHC. Yeah, we're starting to really give it up now. Sugary, I know it's surgery, but from Shady on a short, SGRY. Yeah, I mean, is there news on this one? After the company announced $275 million common stock offering, so they're doing a financing. Well, let's take a look. Looking left, 23.73. So it's got room. Yeah, it's got some room, definitely. About 50 cents anyway to that. And then if we can take that out somehow, next low was 22. Be nice to know what the price is of this offering. Well, you're not alone, Shady. The AI has got that as a short also. SGRY. It's a big float. I see the AI's got this one off. This is a big float. It's going to take a bunch to move this. 1.2 billion in the float. So it is going to take a bunch to move this. I mean, it's already up 25%. That's a big, big move for that sort of a float. How many people have shorts for NWTN whose names don't start with a Z? I don't think too many of us have shorts for NWTN. Too new. I've got to ask that question. Just give me a moment now. William, do you have shorts for NWTN at E-Trade? Do you have shorts for NWTN? Yeah, forget about TT. Forget about IMGO. It's a buyout. It's a cash buyout. So anybody with E-Trade, do you have shorts for NWTN? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what happened? My screen wasn't scrolling down. I see you answered. Okay. E-Trade has shares NWTN, but why does William say he can't get shares? Oh, you can't get them. I see. Okay. Well, there's a difference. Hard to borrow. When it's hard to borrow, I mean, then you've got to, I'm talking about shorts available immediately. So with IB, yeah, I mean, they'll say, well, the contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. Okay, I get that. It's not the big red dot saying, hey, we're not even going to try. But if they're not available immediately, then I just forget about it. Centerpoint yeah, Zach said Centerpoint is one that more than likely has shares available. Now, SHC, I know you guys are looking for a big collapse. Oh, it looks, it held the VWAP, I guess. Yeah, held the VWAP, 897. What did it get to? Got to 905. So the VWAP's at 897. So it's kind of holding that. Hey, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that have won some early races. I don't think ICU is shortable for me, readily shortable either at Interactive Brokers. No. So KWeb, Zach was talking about KWeb, or well, he's talking about China stocks rallying perhaps a little bit. KWeb, yeah, I mean, it'll pop up here. So some of the China stocks might be doing, look at this market, guys. We're in that schizo market again. Big topping tail, that first 15-minute candle on the SPY. Big topping tail, big sell-off. Now we've got the buyers trying again. Get a topping tail again up here, right at the same price. as the previous one. Let's see if this time it can hold. Wow. That just got halted, guys. NWTN just got halted. Yeah. Wow. So this one and the SHC, couple of low floaters. Well, actually, it's not a low float. I'm sorry, this is not a low float. 98 million in the float. That is not a low float situation. Not crazy high, but it's certainly not a low float situation. That's an impressive move, 55% with that float. And now I know you guys are short. Let's see if this 965 gets rejected again. Boy, NWTN though. Oh, here's another one could be interesting, guys. Big float though, NUTX. Yeah, big float. So probably it's not going to be that. All right, now you guys are being rewarded again for this SHC. Now we've got a couple of topping tails here, guys. So this could be it for a while anyway for the SHC. Again, there's the VWAP is 901. So I guess it just popped up a little. It was at 8 something, just 897, I think, before. So there's the key. Will it hold a VWAP or is this it? Doesn't look like it's going to hold that that VWAP. Ah, missed it. Missed it. Missed where I wanted it. Tried to short that one. Lots of shorts available, so that's not an issue. Let me see if I can get it again. Because you've got about an 880 on that, so that's pretty close right now. All right, guys, I'm just watching a couple of. All right, well, I can only speak, the question on the YouTube room, how can I tell if a stock is shortable without actually shorting the stock? I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, okay? So there's a little pop-up that I've got that tells me if their shares available immediately, okay? I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Every broker is going to be different. So for instance, this is this little pop-up I've got. So you can't see the symbol here. Let me just change symbols. So for instance, if I click on GLY, it's telling me there are 224,000 shares available immediately. In with the other ones that we were talking about, like NWTN, this contract will be available if they can be located. So they'd have to do a locate for. So I just forget about it. Okay, but that's Interactive Brokers. I cannot tell you how you would do it with any other brokerage platform. One thing you can do. Yeah, I was just going to say that, William. One thing you can do, which when I used to have, when I in Canada, when I used to have Questrade or Disnat, because they wouldn't show either, I would put some kind of a, just to see if they were available. So for instance, if I wanted to find out if NWTN was shortable, I could put, well, short one share at $100. Okay. Obviously way above the current price. And it would tell me immediately if they were available. So that is a way, not as elegant, of course, as having a little pop-up like Interactive Brokers has, but that is a way you can do it. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay, so I'm looking at the Onion, ONON, just to see, and so far that upgrade by, I know it's not Onion, but so far that upgrade by Goldman has not taken effect at all. Well, the SGRY reversed on. I don't know if you're still in this one, Shady. Um, Private placement, just need the price. What's the price? 25 million. I just don't know what the price is. 24.50. There you go. 24.50. So above the financing price. I'm sure you're probably aware of that, Shady. I know you said you added to your short position with some size. So Okay, KSPN. This was from last week, I believe. KSPN. We saw this one last week, or did we? Maybe not, because I only see stocks over $1. Maybe it was a few days, was a couple of weeks ago when it popped up to $1.39. KSPN though, over $1 now. Let's see. It's a very low float. When you look left, yeah, I mean, it's got some room. The next high looking left is 139. So from 106 to 139, that is certainly, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but it does have some room. Look at this schizo SPY right now, guys. Very, very difficult right now. This first 45 minutes, stocks are chopping up and down, or the SPY is moving up and down. Did see this one in the pre-market, this Biotricity, BTCY. What did it get up to? Got up to 126. Probably not a low flow, 40 million in the float. Surpasses $10 million in annual revenue run rate. This is their announcement this morning. But they had earnings on the 14th. So all this should have been out there. All right, looking at some of Zach's potential bounce plays. So far, nothing. These are all energy stocks. Yeah, these are all energy stocks. And nothing has bounced yet. So my guess is to take a look at XLE. If you're going to play any of those bounces, probably want to get the energy on your side. Look at XLE. I mean, it is really since the market open, most energy stocks are probably looking like this. Whoa, HRT guys, this is interesting. HRT, so this is Human Resources Consulting Services, really? Let's see. So more of a healthcare play, health screening services. But look at the room it's got. When you look left, what's the next high? The next high is 1339. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean it's got room. It's got room to move until it hits that next high. I mean, again, if you think these next highs aren't something to pay attention to, well, look at SHC. 965 it got to. The next high was 960. I'm sorry, 960 it got to. 965 was the next high. I mean, does that always work? Of course not. But it's you should always be aware where that next high is on a daily chart if you're long something to see where because it might just stall there. So HRT, big deal would be to take out 11, kind of pause there for a while, give us a base, and then move from there. It's a low float too, 19 million in the float. It is definitely a low float. Had earnings earlier this month. Okay, so the sugary, the SGRY, okay, I see what you did there, Shady. You know, it's still pretty reasonably strong is Macy's. Macy's had the earnings play here. Nice big pop. Little bit of continuation the following day, not much, and then a bit of a drop, not much though, but it's still kind of hanging in there. Macy's kind of hanging in there. You guys are, I haven't looked at Disney for a bit. Ah, so so did not hold the 100. Well, you're looking to go long? You were looking to go long, obviously, North. Watching Disney here. I might even take this short if it gets underneath 98. A room, obviously it's got room because of the next low was way down here at 90. I know this is typically out of the price range I like, but this is not a recommendation, okay, guys? I'm just kind of following this, kind of a whole number. Interested in when stocks break a whole number. So again, if you're a little late to this, the CEO of 11 months was Turf last night, and Iger came back in, stepped back in. He'd been the CEO, I think, for 15 years, but he never really left. This YTR was interesting last week. I kept thinking that though it was going to not be able to get through 3. So far, that's correct. When you look left on the daily chart, you see all sorts of potential areas where it could stall right around 3. And this is shortable for me. Yeah, lots, 2.8 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So, the longer it doesn't get through this 3 level, not very much volume though. Bring back Eisner. Yeah. Oh, that's a long time. Well, bring back Walt. Didn't he cryo? Isn't there some cryogenics going on with Walt? All right, NXL guys, this is a low float. We're starting to get the low float action again. I think what's happening, of course, is that with the fewer and fewer earnings plays there are, traders are having to look elsewhere rather than all those earnings plays that were around for the last 2 months. And so now attention back maybe to these low floaters. So NXL, let's see if there's any specific news on it. 5.6 million in the float. Really no action. There's nothing in the pre-market. Nothing. Market opened though, and look what happened. Actually, even the market opening, nothing happened. That's that second 15-minute candle. Huma Biotech. We haven't seen this one for a while, but it's been on a nice little run actually. The third day run for it. PBYI. 38 million, so not crazy low, but certainly not high in terms of a float. Where is the next high looking left for this one, PBY? Let me back out this daily chart. Can't see anything there. So let me take a look at a weekly chart. Wow, on a weekly chart, the next high is 685. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's got some room on a weekly chart anyway for PBY. Yeah, 676. 676 is the next high on the weekly chart. So this has got some room. Look at this weekly. It's been has run from 2 to 4 in a month. 438 in a month. Less than a month. Basically 3 weeks and then today. All right, so this is now showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, okay? I'm going to get into some of these in a bit. This has got some room, I think. It's a big float. That's the issue, though. 192 million. So it's at 524. The next high is looking left. That's 534. That's 538, 527. So it's got to get through this. If it can get through that, yeah, there's 5. And the next high is around 562. So to me, there's just maybe too much resistance to get through with that sort of a float. 192 million. You know, unless you get a lot of volume coming in. And this is something to do with resuming operations in Mexico for this company. All right, guys, it's 10:20, so you know what time that means, or what that means. It is TI Spiel time. Order to your races NXL right now as you speak, Peter. It had a big pullback. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, it's possible when it was up here, but there's no way now. All right, guys, so I put my homepage link in, so let's see what sort of information is on my homepage. So we have a great promo on right now, 30% off, Friday 30, basically Black Friday, but Friday 30 is the promo code you can use. 30% off the first month only or the entire year. So this is, we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium would be $2,000 less than 30%. So that brings that down to $1,400. And the standard annual is $1,000 less than 30%. So that brings that down to $700. Okay, so these are some great deals on the annual. Now, this is what you can do though. You're not sure about the product. You don't have to hop onto an annual right off the bat. You can try us out for a month. $118 for the standard, $228 for the premium. And the big difference is the AI, which is kind of had a miserable day so far, but that can turn around, of course. So you can apply that 30% discount to that first month only. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward, okay? 118 and 228. But here's the deal. I mean, if you take out a monthly right now, and then within 30 days, you say, you know what, I love it, and I wouldn't mind having an annual, then we'll honor the 30% discount. So that's why I'm saying you can always try us out for a month at that 30%. And hey, listen, there's no problem. You want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. That's what a lot of our customers do. Okay. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do this first, okay? The download, this is a 30-minute, 10 videos, 30 minutes. So they're all short videos, but it goes over your download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. I do a stock of the day video at, well, probably going to do it at 3 Eastern now, just with what is going on with my machine, but we'll see. Used to do it at noon, but we'll see. But certainly it's either going to be 12 or 3. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens. Every Monday morning, it's free. My guess did not trigger. My guess it did not trigger just based on what energy stocks are doing. Yeah, so the trigger was 25, so it is not triggered. So before people say, well, that's a terrible trade of the week, well, it didn't trigger. You know, the suggested entry was $25. So with what's happening with energy stocks, you know, who knows, maybe it triggers tomorrow. It may not trigger all week. Big education section right here. So we have our user guide. There's that getting started section again. So at the very, very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and what stock racing is all about. Obviously, there's more in the guide. You don't have to learn everything in the guide. Okay, but make sure you know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and all about stock racing. Afterwards, you can look at other aspects of trade ideas. Okay. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today's Monday, so it should be. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today it should be Chris Farley. Tomorrow it'll be Michael Noss, etc. We have five different traders, 5 days of the week. Of course, this week is a short week. Daily webinars. I think they're all canceled this week. So, but you can sign up for them all right there. You'll get a notification when they begin. Back to basics, Michael Noss. I just mentioned Michael. Michael put this together. I think he says it's now 39 parts, but at any rate, short videos. If you're new to trading, you know, it's a free resource. Use it. You know, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Last, my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. The 2 races that you see are right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You've seen me show the halts and resumes, but these are the scans that I am sharing right now. So save my link. If you ever want to take out a subscription, please use my link. And you'll have the current promo code, of course. Helps the room, keeps the room free. The room is a free room. But also, you've got a lot of information on my homepage. You can always, that education section, easy to get to, saving my link. And also, of course, the scans. I do change my scans up from time to time. So if you save my link, great if you use it to take out a subscription, but also you've got all this other information. Oh, you're welcome, Bill. So what is Trade Idea? Wow, look at this SPY, guys. This is a real, again, we're in that difficult day where you've got these topping tails, you get bottoming tails, direction. I mean, the direction looks negative, but you never know. The next candle could just whip right up. So difficult to, establish a trend. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I was showing you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Excuse me, we've also created a lot of scans for you. So if you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? Theme-based channels. Now you may see show more, okay? I think they're doing away with that. I'm in a development version, so the show more is not, you don't have to click, I don't have to click on that show more to see all the channels. But let's take a look at the momentum channel. Wow, the MMAT over 2 now, guys. So with the scans that I'm sharing, and with any scan you see here, in order to see what it's looking for, all you do is this, right click, configure, and summary. Now you can see what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of Trade Idea. A lot of screeners are out there, okay? A lot of competitive screeners out there, but where we shine are the real-time alerts. So this is the screening aspect when you see these filter icons. So if, in this particular case, stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, etc. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. This is what gives it obviously the momentum. That's why it's called the momentum scan. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened at 10:27. MMAT made a new intraday high of 216. Since then, there have been no stocks that have met these filter requirements that made a new high for the day. That's why we're not seeing anything. So what I'm trying to show you right now is if you liked a scan that we have created in any one of these channels, what you do, well, first, again, you can take a look at it, see what it's looking for, and if it's something you might like, great. The next step would be to right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. So what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout and you're duplicating it into a free floating window. When I did that, it popped on one of my other monitors. So here it is, free floating, right? Now, you can do one of two things now. You can save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud, and I'll explain why I'm doing that. Or You might like the concept of this, but maybe you want to make a couple of changes. Here's the price range. So maybe you want a different price range. Let's go 10 and 100. I click on summary and see how it's changed. But by the way, I'm not trying to teach you how to use like all the ins and outs of trade ideas right now. All this is in the guide. I'm just trying to give you a brief overview. So now if you like it the way it is, then you say okay. And then you can save it to the cloud. So you've got two options. You can take it exactly the way we've created it, or make some adjustments if you want to. Before you do that though, also, I would right click and I would look at the symbol linking, and I see how it says docked window. I would click on link to all, because in essence, if you're going to save this, then you want to be able to, then when you get an alert, you want to be able to click on it and have it load into the charts that you created in your own layout. Right now, the way it's structured is that when you click on it, it's going to load into the charts that are in this particular layout. I almost wish they would get rid of that, but because I think a lot of people, they save these and then they go, wait a minute, how come I can't see anything on my charts? So that is what I'm trying to show you, though. You can go to the different channels and you can start extracting scans, saving them to the cloud, and then file, load from cloud. And if you've saved it, you'll see it right at the top. You highlight it, load, and you keep doing it. But I caution you, do not have so many alert windows, so many top list windows in your layout. I know sometimes it's hard because you want to be able to capture virtually any type of move. I get it, but you'll be so overwhelmed by the number of alerts you're getting that you'll get nothing done. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. If I right click on this alert window, and this time instead of clicking on summary, I click on search. So when you see all these icons here, these are all the real-time alert icons. Lots and lots of them. And if I scroll down, these are the screening. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. These are all the filters that we have. So again, do not get hung up on how many we have. Okay. People look at this and go, oh my gosh, I can't learn all this. This is way too complicated. Well, the bottom line is you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have a lot is that when the company started in 2003, they thought that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough alerts and filters so that, the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. All right, guys, Disney's under 98. Disney under 98. So the question, are the TI swing picks an extra monthly charge? No, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas right now, you get them. Okay, all you have to do is click on new and then dock channel bar. You just don't get an email, okay? But then click on the dock channel bar and there they are, swing picks. So it's not an extra monthly charge. This is a standalone for people who are really starting out. So for $17 a month, you can sign up for just swing picks. But if you're currently a Trade Idea subscriber, you get them. You just have to click on the swing picks channel. And you can actually probably do that Sunday night, and you'll see them. So when you click on it, this is the, you don't get the email though, but here is in essence the email that gets sent out to people who are just swing pick subscribers. Okay, so it's not an extra charge if you are a subscriber right now, be it standard or premium. Okay. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about this, the racing now. So I think this is invaluable. If you're new to trade ideas, or if you're a new trader, this gets you to focus on just maybe a couple of races. Maybe you start off with a couple of races, but I'm wanting to show you the concept of what the races are all about, what you're seeing here. All races start off from a top list window. Now, again, I'm sharing these two races. So if I open the top list window that generates this race, so what this race is looking for, here are the filters that I'm using. Doesn't matter these stocks right now, but here are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close, Friday's close in this case, if these filter requirements are met, the stock that is moving the most when the race started, I'm running 4-minute races, so we're almost 3 minutes into this race. What this is telling me right now is that LMDX has moved 1.5%. Okay, right now as we speak. But you'll see that stocks jockey for position throughout the 4 minutes. And look at this, UCL now is on top. Okay, you see how as the stock starts to increase that percentage that it's up when the race started, it'll move to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, but you can see, doesn't mean you have to wait for a stock to be at the top to click on it. You can click on it, any stock at any time, but click on PSNY, see what it's doing. Maybe it's interesting. Maybe if it kicks out that 662 level, maybe that'll get it going. Things like that. That's why you've got to practice trading though also. But what happens here is that when this race is over, there will be a winner declared. So there's UCL, probably is going to be the winner, assuming it hangs on for the next 5 seconds. And the answer is yes. So there's UCL. It won its first race. Okay, that's why it's not appearing here. I'll explain this. So what this means here, this automatically creates a watch list for you to watch all day long. That's why I'm saying great focus. Yeah, there are all sorts of things going on. Okay, but if you just focus on maybe, this list right here, SHC, top of the list. Why? It won 2 races. NWTN won 2 races, etc. Okay. Now there will be some days, and later on, say if SHC comes back, but there are some days when you'll see a stock that's won 10, 12, 15 races right and it'll be at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously a stock that should be followed all day. But down here, NXL, as an example, won 1 race. Click on it, see what it looks like. Again, maybe if it takes out the high of that 15-minute candle, maybe that'll get it going again. You can put a price alert there and see if that gets it going again. RGTI won 2 races. What's it doing now? Well, it's at the high right now. But as always, if you start looking left and you see, well, I don't know, maybe there's too much resistance not that far away. You might look at that and go, even though it's won a couple of races, but you know what? It may not be what I want because of that resistance. But there's also another way to look at it. And a lot of people would rather probably take pullback plays. In other words, if a stock that was pretty flying high but pulls back to a certain level, and then you want to take the trade, or you want to know about it and see how it's trading there. So let's take a look at NMTC. Let's see what it's doing. Well, it already pulled way back. ENSC. So you might look at this and go, well, you know what? It's starting to move a little bit, but maybe if it pulls back to, let's make something up. Right there, that area 222, create a price alert. You'll see a blue line. So, if it pulls back to that level, you'll know about it because the price alert will trigger. And maybe that becomes an area of a bounce area. Maybe it bounces from there. We don't know. You mean, can you run a race as a dollar amount instead of a percent? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. The race is run on a top list, okay? So you can run the race. You know, I'm running the race on the ones that have changed the most percentage wise since the race started. If you wanted to, you could do it the one that is, you know, changed the most dollar wise if you want to since the race started. Yes, if that's your question. It all depends on the column headers that you've got. Oops. So a race can be run in any one of these column headers. And that's why, I'm running it on the change from the open. But if I added, and that's percent, if I added a column here, right click, configure, search, CHANGE, scroll down a little bit. I mean, I could change from the open, okay? Dollar wise. If I show the column, okay, so there is change from the open column. Okay, so if I wanted to, yes, I could run the race based on how much a stock has actually moved dollar wise since the race started if I want to. You just have to have it as a column header. Everything I'm talking about is in the guide. I mean, not this specific thing, but the concept of creating your own race. And if you want, you can run your race, in any filter heading that as long as you've got the filter heading. Okay, and again, let me just go back to my home page. So if I click on my home page link and I go to the education section, and I click on the user guide, and then you see TI stock racing right here. There are 4 videos, goes into all the details and how you create your own race startup, configuration, etc. Okay. So, I mean, everything, I'm not trying to, again, as I said earlier, this is an overview of trade ideas, but most everything can be answered in our user guide. And again, if you want to learn, way more detail about stock racing, of course, go to the stock racing section in our user guide. Okay. See, Pepe, I'm closing down all my tabs. Does that make sense, Neil? So for instance, I could run the race on the change from the close instead of change from the open. As long as I have it as a header, I could run a race on the ones that have, the most increasing relative volume. As long as I've got that as a header, okay, because again, just let me show you. If you launch the stock race, and then when you show the race setup, see what it says based on change from the open? You can run the race on any column header that you've got. And I added the change from the open dollars. So I could run the race on that. The one that has changed the most dollar wise, if that's what I want to do. I don't want to, but obviously you can do that. All right, Disney going down below that 98. As I said, I wanted to take this if it broke 98. So, I mean, nothing dramatic yet, but let's just see. I mean, why? Because when you look left, the next low is 90. Look at this market. What a sell-off now. So let's take a look at the change. Now we probably won't see a big difference. I'm going to click on the dog channel bar. Now I'm going to look at the change from the open. Let's just see if there's been any dramatic change. Okay, so there's been no change in energy. So again, if you were here when we're going over our pre-market information, and I do this about 15 minutes before, 10 to 15 minutes before the market opens, and I take a look at the major sectors, all the energy plays were down from Friday's close. Well, look at this. Energy is still weak, very, very weak, guys. Not only are they down from Friday's close, but the stocks that make up XLE are also down from their opening trade today. Every single one of them. So energy is weak. So, you got to be, that's why, the trade of the week never triggered. It's also, when you're looking at, I'm not saying none of them will bounce, but a lot of Zach's bounce plays were energy plays. Well, you're going against the trend. I mean, because the energy plays are not bouncing. I'm not saying there's none that are bouncing, but I mean, in general. But take a look at consumer staples. Since the market opened, 84% of them are above the opening print, opening trade. Okay, even technology has rallied a little bit, because they were almost 100% down from Friday's close. Now they're only 64%. Okay, I mean nothing fabulous, but I would say obviously consumer staples though is bucking the trend of the overall market. So Pepsi, stocks that make up these. Yeah, that's industrials are doing okay. 61% are above the opening print. But energy definitely is your super weak sector today. Because a lot of times what happens, especially with energy, you'll see maybe 100% of them were down from the previous day's close. And then when I do this exercise and look at the change from the open, you could conceivably see 85, even 100% of them above the open. Their opening print, they could all still be down from, the previous day's close, but they're rallying. Not today. I did see CFMS up here. Did it win a race? I saw it up. Now, by the way, regarding the races, okay, you don't have to wait, number one, for the race to be over and then click on it. Okay, you don't have to do that. If you see something that's moving, because a lot of times a stock will not win a race. Doesn't mean it's not good, but you could, I mean, conceivably you could have a stock that finished second, 10 times, never won a race. Doesn't mean that, it shouldn't be followed. So consequently, and this is, I've been asking for that for quite a while, not just to have a top 10 list, of stocks that won races, but I'd also like to see maybe a top three list of stocks that have finished in the top three the most. Because again, what would you rather follow? A stock that won one race one time during the day, or a stock that finished second 10 times? Okay, I mean, it's an obvious answer. Question in our YouTube room, if I'm going to pronounce your Facitos. Can you choose what stock to trade in the automated AI? No, you cannot. If you're going through automation. Now, the only thing you can do is if you didn't want to take any short trades, or if you didn't want, if you only wanted to take long trades, you can do something like that. So you could discount the short trades, but other than that, no, you cannot. The other thing too is I don't recommend automated trading. Okay, so just so you know, we do not recommend that. Okay, so Mookie, I think what's happened is, have you taken a scan from have you taken a scan from one of the sorry, channels? I think this is what's happened. If you right click and click on symbol linking, make sure it says link to all. Yeah, okay, that's the reason. It says, it'll say, when you right click, this is, and I wish, I almost wish I would get rid of this. But again, when you right click on your top list window or your alert window, doesn't matter, and click on symbol linking, it more than likely says dock window. Okay, check link to all. Then it'll load into your charts in your layout. Okay. Make sense? Okay, great. And don't forget to save your work. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you're going to be asked, file, exit. You want to save your layout? Yes, no. I would, you know, assuming it's a layout you like to use every day, I would say yes. But also save your layout, save individual scans, save everything to the cloud. All right, guys. So NWTN is having a little bit of a bounce now. NWTN having a little bit of a bounce. Now, the issue is, though, coming into that VWAP. Will it take the VWAP out? There it is at 706. So again, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is probably, you're wondering, what the heck is he talking about? Well, this is why you've got to practice trading. You've got to understand some of these terms, okay? That's why I think Michael Noss's little trading free, the free resource, you know, clicking on my homepage, go to the education section, scroll down to see Michael's video series that he did. And it starts off so basic, like literally what is a stock, and then, you know, charts, trend resistance, etc. Well, I'm sure they wanted to do it a lot higher, but they couldn't get any takers. I guess the TC or Torps, I guess for TC, you know, they just didn't get any takers. It's a China stock, very low float, probably didn't get any takers. I mean, that's all I can think of. Depends how desperate they are to raise money. You know, obviously they were very desperate to raise money, and you know, nobody would take, no, they get no takers on that, what you're saying at 275. So yeah, steep discount to the closing price on Friday. You're right. They obviously had no bargaining position whatsoever. How much are they raising? I mean, they're already raising $15 million, but they must desperately need that money. You know, it'd be like if you put your home up for sale and you had to move the next day. You had to be out, you had to move the next day. You know, people knew that. What do you think you're going to get for your house? Just give me a moment here. So you see how NWTN has been so far rejected at that VWAP guy. So I mean, you know, I'm not a big technical indicator guy, okay? But there are some that, you know, kind of are universally followed. The 200-day moving average on the daily chart. I think the VWAP, I don't know if that would be second, but certainly I think many will follow where the VWAP is. And see what happens when a stock approaches the VWAP, you know, the volume. You have to look that up. VWAP, you can go to Investopedia, you know, for a full definition of what it's all about, volume weighted average price. So you'll see a lot of stocks that will come into the VWAP and struggle to get through. Or on the reverse side of it, you know, a stock above the VWAP, what will it do? Will the VWAP act as support? Right now, this VWAP is acting as resistance. Stock is trying to get through it. It touched it. It's come right back down. That doesn't mean it's, you know, that's it. It doesn't mean it's going to act as resistance forever. And but the same thing on the upside, coming into the VWAP, will that act as support and will it bounce off it? And having said that, the 11 o'clock turnaround, let's see if that happens, Zach, as you're pointing out. So I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There is two videos. If you look at the first video, the short video, it shows you that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window, this blue window that we call Brokerage Plus, to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But you need to have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. So don't ask about any others. I have no idea when or if they'll happen. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now, the other thing is that I should always mention the races and this Brokerage Plus window only available if you're using our web-based version. They're not available. I just want to ask a question to our dev. Okay, so the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, but I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Cannot emphasize enough that if you're new to trading, do not start trading with a live account, real money, until you have practiced trading. Our simulator, all you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker because it uses our real-time data. Look at Hutu, guys. HTOO. This was shoot. Forgot to keep following. This was a big one on Friday. Had a kind of a crazy day. It's a low float, not very much volume. I think they had something to do with an Italian company. I think that was the news on Friday. But anyway, I cannot emphasize enough that to practice trading before you commit money to the market. People say, well, how long should I practice? Well, here's a couple of things. It could take, I don't know. I mean, everybody's different. Could be a minimum of 3 months, could be 6 months, could be a year. I know nobody wants to hear that because you want to start trading immediately. I get it. But first of all, until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. And our simulator is very simple to use. In order to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that you'll see. You might have different column headers, but this is the gist of it. You should see it not connected. Right beside the ask, there'll be a box. It should say not connected. Now, if you don't see any of this, you have to stretch the window out, okay? You just grab the right-hand corner. You can stretch it out if you don't see that. Now, to get it connected, you just click on SIM. That not connected will change to account. CDIO, guys, I think is on the move here. CDIO. So it changes to account. And then click on simulated trading account. So what you're seeing here, that should be, let me get rid of this. Okay, so now let me add, there's a question coming in. How do I change the symbol linking on the chart itself? Not sure I know what you mean. There are only two. If you're talking, okay, I mean on the chart itself, you right click the chart, go to properties, and then you have two options: symbol linking checked or unchecked. Is that what you mean? So obviously, if it's checked, these two are checked. So when I click on an alert, geo, these two change, but the SPY doesn't. The SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. I don't want the SPY chart to change, of course. So basically two options: right click, properties, and then this box will pop up. Symbol linking, it's either checked or not checked. Okay. And again, don't forget to save your work. So let me connect again. Count. Okay, now I'm in the simulator. Now I can start to practice trading. When I click on an alert, an MTC, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want. So maybe this is a good opportunity to just talk a little bit about money management, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to go in at the market, 108, 109, so the spread is okay. Buy it and then send. So I'll be in this trade at 109. I'm going to put a stop at 89 cents. I'm going to explain why. So when I trade, I have a checklist. So unless I can check every box in that checklist, I don't take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? You have to develop your own style, all right? But some of the things on my checklist are answered already in the way I build my scans. I'm not going to see a stock that I don't want to trade in terms of a price range. It'll probably have at least a minimum volume that I need, etc. Okay. So assuming I can check every box, then I will take the trade. However, just because I think a trade should work doesn't mean it's going to work. So I'm always going to have a price. I'm going to get it out of the trade if it's not working. That's my stop. Speaking of which, I'm out of the Disney trade. Modest gain, guys. I'll take a look at it to see if it goes back down underneath at the low of the day. Let's go Funko. Okay, take a look at now. That one was an interesting one a while back. Yeah, I mean, it had the horrible earnings play. Had a nice bounce back the next day, but it's been drifting down below, or it's been just drifting. But okay, Zach is talking about something with Disney and Funko. Okay. So getting back to stops. So again, not every trade is going to work. So I always have a price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how I determine that, here's that Funko news, guys, hitting. Nicely done, Zach. Got to be super appreciative of Zach because he's got this news service that is basically pretty live stuff, and he freely posts a lot of that stuff in our room. So there's the Funko, and that's the reason. I mean, now the market is just sort of catching wind of it. Who is my broker? I use Question in our YouTube room. I use Interactive Brokers. Been using it for, wow, almost 7 years now. I think in January or February it'll be 7 years. And I'm in Canada, so I mean anybody outside of the United States, Interactive Brokers, I think is a great broker. Is it pretty? No, it is not a pretty broker. If you're looking for prettiness, okay, you're not going to get it at Interactive Brokers. If you're looking at, though, function over form, I have no problem recommending Interactive Brokers. Okay, getting back to placing stops and all. So the way I place a stop is I will size up on a chart where I think there might be a support area. Okay, so if the stock goes down below that support area, I want to be out of the trade. It's that simple. And that's now the problem with that for many is that, well, I don't know where I think support could be on a chart, and what time frame and all that. So this is what I would do. If I were starting out, I might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Again, those are defined numbers. There's no guesswork. Practice. Okay, practice trying things like that. So that's one aspect. Now, why did I take 500 shares? Because the other aspect is this: is that hopefully it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you are not risking $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, I like to show a risk of $100 a trade. So if a trade works against me in the simulator, most I want to be out is $100. That's why I put the stop. I wanted to make the math super simple. I put the stop at 89 cents. I was in at 109. And let me get back to NMNC. You should see a minus 100 approximately. So minus 97.50, a red line on the chart. Why? Well, I took 500 shares. And again, I wanted to make the math easy. Now, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take is going to be dictated by my entry minus my stop. And then in this case, that's 20 cents, okay? And if I'm risking $100, I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. Now you can set up a spreadsheet to, and all you have to do is put in your entry and your stop, and that'll immediately determine how many shares you should take. Because the way I trade is I try to risk the same amount for every trade. So you'd set up a spreadsheet with whatever that risk amount is always on every single trade, and then it would automatically calculate how many shares to take. So I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So that's why, in this case, just to make the math easy, I took 500 shares with because I had a 20-cent stop, and I'm risking $100. So practice trading until you can make money in the simulator. Really forget about trying to trade live. Now, unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean it's going to translate to making money live. Because now all of a sudden, it's pretty simple to obey your stops and do things in the simulator when it's not real money. When it's your money on the line, you start taking some trades, and sometimes you just can't believe they're not working. You get into a trade and you've been able to check all your boxes, plus maybe bonus, it's got some great news. News is not one reason why I take a trade, but maybe as a bonus, it's got some great news or what you think is great news. Maybe the room is talking about it and all that, and it's still not working. So you disobey your stop. You don't get out where you're supposed to, and you let that $100 manageable loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally give up and sell, and then you kick yourself for not getting out with your manageable loss. And I know you guys know what's coming. That's bad enough. Almost worse, though, is not obeying your stop, being down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you're really glad you didn't obey your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is a great way to blow up your account. You can always get back into a trade. Okay, when you get into a trade, yes, you were able to check every box, but maybe something happened in the market all of a sudden, and all of a sudden the market's taking a big dive down for whatever reason, and which is wrecking your trade. Get out. Maybe later on, you can always get back in if it sets up again. Commissions are so cheap or non-existent that that's not a reason, to keep in a trade. Okay, guys, that's it. So practice trading, okay? Practice, practice, practice. We've got a great simulator using our real-time data. Now, you can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this NMTC, then it'll carry forward to tomorrow, and basically as long as I want. So you can practice swing trading. I don't, swing trading pretty tough in this environment, but nonetheless, you can practice swing trading. These are some hotkeys on the side here. The flatten, if I had a bunch of trades, I would just highlight the one by clicking on it, so it kind of grays out or gets into this sort of a light, I guess a light black, and I would just flatten it, or I could get it a half, or I could double my position. Okay, some really simple hotkeys for you. Or of course, I could go into the share box and pick how many shares I want to get out. Okay, guys. So again, you can ask me questions all day long. Now, this is what I thought was going to happen. This is one of the scans I am sharing, the gap continuation or reverse. Look how many alerts we've had today, 3. Why? A lot of the gap continuation or reversals are earnings plays. Those are the active stocks usually on any given day, earnings plays. I mean, there are other active stocks, of course, if they have some news, but we're out of earnings season. And so, 3 today, and that's it. All right. So, yeah, I guess we did have a little bit of a 10 o'clock reversal right there. The 10 o'clock, little bit of a 10 o'clock reversal, but still pretty choppy. We've got these topping tails and bottoming tails that constantly deal with, I'm not going to take this bounce. There's GME. Well, yeah, you can trade the trade of the week any way you want, of course. But understanding that, it is not triggered. The trigger is 25. So you're then doing this on your own. Now, a couple of the columns that I like to have in this simulator, some obvious ones, the max P&L though, and the distance from the exit price. Of course, the total P&L is here. So why I like to have these columns, because there's the aspect of buying. Yeah, when are you going to start selling? How are you going to manage your exits? Now the one obvious one is get out, if you get stopped out. But if the stock starts moving for you positively, when would you start taking some profit, things like that. But what I want to show you though is that the max P&L, let's just say for argument's sake, that's at $500 right now, okay, instead of $12.50. And then you look, and right now though, you're only up 750. But again, let's pretend that's at 500. Let's pretend the stock had a big pop up, but now it's coming right back down. Hopefully that makes sense, that you wouldn't want to let something that you're up $500 in turn into only $12 or worse negative. So this gives you, a bit of an idea about how well are you managing your trades, if you allowed that to happen. The other thing is the distance from the exit price. When I get out of a trade, this is going to show me what the price is in relation to where I exited. So, I mean, if you saw a nice big negative number, assuming you went long the stock, that's what you'd want to see. You got out at 950 or something, and now it's at 9. You'd go, great, look at that. It's 50 cents underneath where I got out. Great exit. But of course, the flip side is you get out at 950 and now it's at 10. You go, probably left too much on the table. So it gives you a bit of a gauge, the distance from the exit price, and the max P&L gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. Now, you're never going to ever, typically anyway, get out right at the absolute top penny. But I just like having these two though, distance from the exit price and the max P&L, just give me a bit of an idea how good my exits are. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So one of the reasons the stock racing is for me, and it is interesting because stock, of course, doesn't have to make a new high for the day to show up on the leaderboard. So this is, and I'm not a big pullback player at all, okay? But at least now I'm starting to see stocks because, well, let me back up. Most of my scans are all based on a stock making either a new high of the day or a new low of the day. I'm not a big pullback player. But what this allows you to do is to see pullbacks. So here's ICU, okay? It, there's the high up here. This is, I'm discounting the pre-market high. There's the high up here. Is that the opening candle? There's the opening candle. So the high of the day is 650 and it pulled back. I would not see this in a scan typically that I would have because for me to see this, it would have to take out that 650. But you see what it won the last race and now I can see it and it won the last race. You can see that candle there. It's green. I'd be looking at this now though and going, okay, yeah, won the last race. Boy, if we could take out the VWAP again, 602. So put a price alert there, just a little bit above it, maybe. Maybe at 606 and see if it does take out the VWAP and starts to move from there. So this to me is a great kind of a hybrid, okay, between a pure top list window, which just allows you to rank things. So I mean, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today, as long as I have it as a column header, the change from the close, okay, I can see that this is a buyout, so I don't worry about that. But I can see that ICU is up 50% from Friday's close, and here's SHC, etc. I like to look at the open. So here's NXL. NXL is up 36% from today's open, and as I like to explain it, the fact that you can see this, yeah, it's nice, but how do you use it to trade? And that's why the races are so cool, because I don't have to stare at NXL to see, is that moving from 36.1 to 36.2 to 37? Or some stock down here, RLX, as an example, it's at 5.8% from the open. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, RLX starts to move? Now it's 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 15% from the open. I wouldn't see it at the top here, but it's, in this list, it's starting to move. You'll see it here. You'll see a stock that is moving. It doesn't matter where it's coming from, as long as it meets all the filter requirements. So it could be the last stock right down here, right down here at 0.6%. Bark. If Bark for whatever reason just started to move, you'd see it here. Now I should mention the difference between these two races. You notice you can get some pretty decent percentage moves here. This is 3.5% for LMDX. It's only up a nickel. It's a cheap stock, okay? But so that's why you can get some decent percentage moves if the stock is cheap. But you can still see some big moves on more expensive stocks. But the bottom line here is if you compare it to this one, the one to the right, the large cap gainers, typically you're not going to see big percentage moves. This one it's similar in terms of a race setup, except I also added a half a billion, 500 million market cap plus a minimum float of 50 million shares. So you're not going, so you're going to see here, I put none of that. I don't have a max market cap or a max float in here, but by not having those two filters, you can get some pretty volatile moves. By having those two filters here, you're not going to get the volatility. Doesn't mean they're not good. There's DLO. DLO, DLO looks interesting. It's moved 0.52% since the race started. But, look at it. Look, it's a new high of the day. And this one got absolutely crushed last week, of course. This is the Muddy Waters one, right? Thank you. Yeah. So this is the Muddy Waters one. Muddy Waters basically put out a scathing report about them and just tanked the stock. Went from 20 down to what, 9, cut in half. But recovery. Had a nice 3-day recovery. All right, this is one of the only, if not the only, Uruguayan stock. So here's Geo, Geo won 4 races here. So, I mean, this particular race, if you're new to trading, probably is a little, well, it's not as volatile. I don't want to say easier. Nothing is easy, but these are definitely more volatile movers. Okay. These are a little more gentle, maybe on the psyche. See how that VWAP on the NWTN, you see how it got right into the VWAP, that purple line on the chart, right at 702. I mean, it literally, I mean, it looked like, well, sometimes there's a little bit of a discrepancy, but the VWAP was 702 and it got up to 710, so in the VWAP area, rejected it, and now look at it moving down. Just unfortunately, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Good, guys. This could be an interesting one. The Mueller MWA through the 200-day moving average, 1187. Okay. And when you look left, so there, that green line is the 200-day moving average. So, it sort of was at it for a while, came right back down, but look left, 1127. So it's got a little bit of room. It's a big float, 100 well, yeah, it's a pretty big float, 153 million in the float. So Zach mentioned that Funko, and hey, I had a big pop, and then it came in as topping scan. I don't know how easy it would have been to get it here. I don't know how quickly that dropped, but probably not that hard. It hit 916 in his scan, got up to 921. Probably had a chance to get it as a short. Okay, guys, I see you. I see you. I put that price alert there. So you can see there's the VWAP 602, just a little bit above it. The next high is 624. So I'm watching to see how well it holds over that VWAP. You know, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but you can see, you know, it's a little bit above the VWAP. Traders would be looking at this. Now it's probably pretty nonsensical that it got up to 10. I don't know how long it held 10. Doesn't look like it did that long. This is in the pre-market. So you can see right now, it's just sort of hanging at the VWAP. Well, down below, but remember the VWAP's an area. So I'm going to stick my price alert again, 609, and see if it takes it out again. Now, I haven't talked about this histogram at all. I'd like to see the histogram get some data. So we're 2 hours into the market. So now what this histogram is telling me, it's a low float though, guys, 2.4 million in the float. So you've got to be very careful. You can't, when I say careful, you cannot, if you take this trade, you cannot wander away from your computer. But what this histogram is telling me, it doesn't mean absolutely 100% that this stock is going to move higher. But the bars, you see how they're increasing? And this is a ratio of bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. The higher the bar, it means the bulls, you know, it's a higher ratio in the favor of the bulls. The bar starts to drop, means it's a higher ratio in favor of the bears. So this is telling me, you know, that, okay, the bullish candlestick patterns are certainly favorable. Does that mean 100% it's going to move this stock? No. But better than if this, you know, if these bars were way down here and starting to drop. We're looking to go long this. So I'm just going to keep watching this to see how, you know, if it takes up that VWAP again. And I've got my price alert set up in that area, so I don't have to actually watch the chart anymore, but I'll certainly know about it. The only issue is that with that float, you know, it could pop, it could go really quickly through that if it wants to. So that's why I'm going to spend a little more time watching. But just like the NWTN before it, you know, look what it did. I know I'm repeating myself, but look what NWTN did at the VWAP. Got into it, it could not break it, and now look at it. If only shorts were available. So I'm not saying ICU is going to do the same thing. But, you know, it's struggling to get through the VWAP. And, you know, even though, so this is why the histogram is not infallible, even though, well, yeah, even though the histogram looked pretty good, I mean, it looked like it was increasing here, nothing is infallible. And this histogram is not available for you guys yet. When? I don't know. Again, tomorrow, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, and he's the originator of this. And you can, again, ask him. But definitely, I don't want to lose sight of this. If it really takes out this this VWAP, Yeah, if you make a change to anything in your layout and you save your layout, all the changes are saved major. That makes sense. I would also, though, I would, it's a little more of a pain, you know, in a, with the dock. But I would also try to get into the habit of saving individual scans that you do make changes to. But if it's in the dock, means you have to take it out of the dock and into a free floating window and then save it. But yeah, if I make a, not just a dock, if I make a change here and I save my layout, you know, even if I'm not in a dock, I've got some, it's a free floating window, for instance, right here. If I make a change here and then I save my layout, whatever I've done, I don't have to save the individual window, but I do out of habit. But you know, you don't have to. The reason I do that is because, you know, I mean, I may get rid of this now for a while until next earnings season starts. You know, there's hardly any alerts coming in this. So I may get out of this. I may not have this up and running until a couple of months from now. But if I make if I make a change, I want to save the window and then I can bring it back from the cloud a couple of months from now if I don't want to use it anymore, because I just don't think it's going to be that active. I did not know that, Pepe. Automatically, I did not know that. You shouldn't tell them that though, because then they'll get complacent. Yeah, but who reads the guide? Oops, I shouldn't say that. I know you do. I know you do. So this is causing, so Vert and Hood, based on what you're saying, keep an eye on the ICU guys. I mean, it's just hovering around that area. And look at it. So, I mean, this is not dramatic, but look at the SHC. See how it was very strong? All those histograms were really strong. You see how it was dropping as the price was dropping. Okay. So again, but little bit of a pop here, but nothing much, but basically dropping. Again, what does it mean? The bearish candlestick patterns, we're starting to, I mean, I don't know what the actual ratio would be, but we're starting to increase versus the bullish. Well, UCL guys is having a pop here, some volume. But all right, guys, I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. So I'm just pinged Chris Varley to make sure that he's going to be in there. Somebody will be there, but see if it is Chris today. Sometimes they switch around, so. Okay, I see Disney is underneath 98 again. Yeah, I don't know how dynamic. And see, look what it did, guys. I mean, look at the VWAP. 99.03 is the VWAP. What did it get to? 98.69. Again, it's an area. So, it looked like it got into that VWAP area and was rejected. All right, guys. Yeah, donuts had a nice, this has been a run. Okay, this is what I want to show somebody. Give me a moment here. Anyway, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, this is a great example of a continuation of earnings. I mean, here's November 15th, pre-market. So when was that? That was right here. There's your earnings for Donut, DNUT. And look what it's done since then. I mean, nothing unbelievable, but 1448 is where it closed. And, 1588 now in this market, I guess you'd take that. These are continuation plays off earnings. Whoa, Disney really starting to give up that 98. I'm not in it the second time. All right, guys. I mean, this got a little bit of room, this IMMR, maybe just a little bit. You know, it's over 7 right now, and the highs over here around 730. Very little, though. Not that interested. I mean, it popped up in my one of my alerts, but and yes, Chris will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That was UUP. Yeah, UUP. So yeah, so your dollar is moving higher. There's your direct correlation to the market and the dollar. So look at ICU, guys. I mean, how important again is that VWAP? Look at it. I mean, it just couldn't get through. Not yet, anyway. VWAP is still at 601. It's still struggling to get through. So if you're new to trading, you know, two indicators I would really pay attention to is the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Again, I am not a big indicator guy. You don't see, you know, RSI and MACD and stochastics and all that. I just don't do that. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't. If you can find a way to make, you know, if you've got a lot of indicators and you can find a way to make it work for you, so be it. Look at NTR, shady on a short. 75.95. Okay. Well, well, you're testing the VWAP. VWAP is 76, so yeah, it's just underneath the VWAP right now. Somebody asked me to take a look at APE and AMC, so I will. What a fiasco. All right, this one is on the move here. CAAS, CAAS. This is a China stock, CAAS. It's on the move a little bit here. Very choppy, choppy, choppy SPY. Look at that. I mean, that was your 11 o'clock, but it came right back down. This is the 1145 candle, trying to maybe if they, if somehow we get over 394 again, I might get the SPY moving a little bit more in that positive direction, but so guys, really, I'm just kind of waiting to see if that ICU can retest the VWAP and pop through it, just because, the float and that $10 level that it hit in the pre-market, that might be a bit of a semi-magnet. Other than that, I'm just waiting for my break. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in. You can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for an hour. He's not there yet. He'll be there in about 5 minutes. You just let me get my announcement. Sometimes it's a little early, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Yeah, ZGN. This is it's a clothier. ZGN. What sort of volume? Not very much volume. 180,000 shares. So it just popped in one of my scans. So I thought I'd take a look at it, but what's Amazon doing? Wow. What a swoon, a continued swoon for Amazon, AMZN. Wow. And Meta is still kind of hanging in there. Well, I mean, when Amazon hold that 85. Okay, my parting shot again, guys, is don't lose sight of the ICU, just in case it, later on, it takes out that VWAP with any sort of determination. Because of the float, something interesting could happen. Yes, not V. NOTV, 639. Well, stick an alert there, guys. 639. That's the high of Friday. And see if this one can start to recover after its damaging day. And there he is. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. Chris is in YouTube now.
I am indeed.
And how are you, my friend?
Oh, we're doing okay over here. We got early winter weather has arrived in New York and all that. And other than that, watching the spy fade away and kind of sitting on my hands right now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, other than the big SHC at the very beginning of the day,
Yep. There really
but
isn't a whole lot going on other than that.
not a
And
whole lot. No,
well,
nothing
I
that
would
I'm.
say not on the positive side. Energy is getting absolutely
Oh,
destroyed right now.
I
I
know.
did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah. Well, and I tell people that your trade, the trade of the week, it's not a bad trade of the week. It just didn't trigger.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
exactly
can't
it.
say it's a bad trade of the week. It just didn't trigger. So I mean, if you took that right off the bat, you only have yourself to blame.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I also
So
disclaimered in there, maybe let a few candles close above 25 on an intraday chart before going. But all the same, it gapped way down and I don't think it's going to come back this week.
well, yeah, and well, yeah, it depends on all the energy stocks because the interesting thing was, when I do my little 10 minutes before the market open, I always check the sectors and every single energy stock was below Friday's close. And
Yeah.
but then when you look at the change from the open, a lot of times, they're not all going to be 100% below the open. This time they were. And when I looked half an
Yeah.
hour ago, so not only were they below Friday's close, they were also below their opening price today, every single one making up XLE.
No, and that's it's what makes any sector tough. But two that I think are particularly tough. Trying to do any kind of swing trade in any biotechs. Obviously, everybody knows the reasons for that. But with energy, you're tied to a lot of policy stuff. So all of a sudden, they start throwing out crazy stuff about getting rid of gas or gas vehicles or
Yeah.
more regulations. You're at the mercy of that, and they could say one thing one week and another the next week, but. Anyways, there we are.
There we are. Okay, my friend, you can take over now.
Sounds good. I've made the swap, and I'll see you in about an hour.
You will. Okay, bye
All
bye.
right. Take care, Barry. So, all right, everybody. Happy Monday. As Barry was just in, we were kind of going back and forth over. Steve's off this week, and so I jumped up and took trade of the week duties. There was, a lot of different charts that looked okay to me. I thought, energy has been one of our strongest sectors for so long. I thought perhaps we see a bounce in it at, this week as we've sold off a bit. I thought maybe we'd see a bounce into some kind of support levels. Looking at the XOP, I kind of looked around this level here, the low of the body from Friday, and thinking, all right, this has been kind of a big deal, this level. We bounce back above it Friday. Maybe we'll see some love come back into energy. And unfortunately, that's not what happened. Obviously, there's a big green candle that's forming here on this 15-minute chart on energy stocks in general. But I don't know what that's about. There's also this green candle forming on the SPY. So it could be that rising tide lifting all boats kind of thing. But to be honest, energy isn't really looking that much different than the overall markets right now. There was the gap down in energy. I'm going to use the XOP for the proxy on this. And again, if anybody has questions, fire those away from me. Of course, I'm first and foremost here to answer questions on the software, but the general theme of things has been not a lot of questions in general. So I'm just going to kind of roll with it unless somebody has questions. But so XOP on Friday gapped down, but then recovered the rest of the day, where we actually had the SPY gap up on Friday, fade, and then come back afterwards. So, I kind of thought that this was showing more strength. This was kind of showing more indecision here. And I thought that that's what we would get. You got this bottoming shadow here on the daily chart from Friday. But here we have today a gap down in the market and a move down. We'll start gap down here in energy and XOP in general and a move down. And then you got kind of the same thing in the overall market. And I'd say this has faded a bit more than that. So energy looking overall weak. But then again, now we've got this little pop here that's a little stronger than the pop here. Anyways, with that said, that was my logic behind it. I gave us a whole number trigger that was part of a recent high again in PARR. We see it struggled here getting above 25 that day and this day. I thought maybe if we poked our head up at after earnings here and a nice consolidation, it would look good. Obviously, that is not the current case. I think it's highly unlikely we get back above 25 before before the week's out. Essentially, we got a short trading week here. Markets close Thursday. It's a half day on Friday. So I'd say if this were not the trigger sometime tomorrow, that's DOA as the acronym would go. Alrighty, so I guess still kind of a radio silence on your folks' end. I will note right now that we've got a big rally looking in energy right now. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, KOS is energy, CRK is energy, Petrobras, A and common stock are energy, RRC is energy, VET is energy, Baker Hughes is energy. I believe this is energy as well. Yep, energy. And let's round it out. Is 8 energy? No, data processing. So out of those 10 stocks, 9 were energy. Go figure. I don't know. We'll see what that means. I don't think that we're going to get anything major going on in the overall markets. I don't think we're going to see a lot of conviction moves in the markets till after the new year at this point. We could fade or drift one way or the other, up or down, run sideways, something like that. I don't think outside of a quote unquote black swan event, which obviously they're a black swan event for a reason, I don't think there's going to be much that happens. I think it would take something really significant for us to come and test these lows. I think it would take something really significant for us to come and test at this level way up here. Is it possible to happen? Sure, of course it is. But barring a major event to trigger us going this way or this way, I just don't think it'll happen. I think, fade down this way. Sure, that's likely. A fade up this way, I think that's likely. Us just kind of moving in this range, I think that is probably the most likely scenario. All right, Patrick, I can't argue that. I'll say that. If we look here, I put in 2350 as the stop. I considered that to be a wide stop. If it triggered, figured $1.50 stop after the trigger. But if we put a line here at 2350, notice what we're going to be bumping into. A lot of, should superimpose on this daily chart. And there we go. A lot of price action around this level, right? I mean, we could drill in more and get a better idea, but here we go. 2350 here was a problem, and here, and we ran back into it here and here and all through here. So 2350 has been a huge magnet. That's why I picked that as a stop, because I figured if we take that out and we close below it, it's likely that we could come back down to 20 very quickly with this stock. But again, I was planning that based on an entry from up here. But 2350 right now, you're sitting pretty in the money right now. I would say on a 2353 bounce, you're sitting pretty in the money right now as far as the day trade goes. I don't know how many shares you took, but I wouldn't fault you if you decided to take some money up in this area right now. That's for sure. And see some volume that came in with that move too. Here's INDO. We know that's one of those those energy stocks can be high flyers, low float and all that. I don't think that's a good proxy for the energy sector in general, but I'd say it's been a great day trading vehicle for almost the whole year. I think back in February, we saw some crazy stuff with it, right? It was March. Okay. Sorry. March. We saw this crazy move in March. You've got these big moves that have happened through here. Some of them, dollar-wise, aren't as big as other ones, but percentage-wise, they're all pretty good size moves relative to the price of the stock. So, okay, so Saudis are denying increased production. I won't lie, I am pretty energy heavy in one of my portfolios right now, so I'll be okay with that. I don't want any shenanigans that hurt anybody or hurt any economies or anything like that. But I am in the camp that we are in a commodity super cycle right now. And so I made some energy bets several weeks ago. I'm now, after today's price action, below water on all of them. But, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. They were it's some very long-term bets that I decided to take a position in. So, not something I'm concerned with every day. Stops are set and so on and so forth. But we'll see. So we just saw, XOP made a good little move, but was that it? Or is there going to be more? XLE, same thing, looks very similar. IYE will look the same as well. So, well, we'll see. It's all we can do is make plans, trade them, move accordingly afterwards. Peter Smith, I can't remember from the book I read what ATR is a buying signal. I'm not sure. I've never used ATR, to be honest. I mean, I know it's average true range. I'm not, I don't know what book you'd be referring to. I mean, in the CMT curriculum, as far as ATR goes as a buying signal, I could take a look there and tell you what I find. And give me a few moments here. I'll finger through the book and try to find it. All right, so on the races, we've still got energy making a bit of a move on the races, so we'll see what that means. And again, anybody with questions, please, don't be shy. That's what we do these sessions for. While I look through and see if I can't find a little something for Peter on ATR. ATR. Let's see. Page 81, CMT curriculum 1. Let's see. So use ATR for a breakout. So what the CMT text says here for us is, as a price filter for confirmation of a breakout by including a multiple of ATR, the breakout level is adjusted for volatility of the security. ATR filters expand and contract over time as price volatility changes. For example, price volatility increases, daily true ranges will expand, and the ATR will be larger, making it less likely to have a false breakout due to increased price volatility. This means that highly volatile security will have a wide filter to reduce the likelihood of making a false breakout of its higher volatility. On the other hand, dull securities that have or has few wild moves will have a narrow filter that will trigger the breakout only with a minimum deviation. So basically, a break of that deviation, that standard deviation in ATR, is what can be used as a buying signal. I don't know what your book was specifically referencing. I would surmise that it was something in the ballpark of that. So that's what I got for you on that there, Mr. Peter Smith. Alrighty. So, all right, what else is happening around the world of stocks on this glorious Monday? So natural gas bucking the trend in energy, not only bucking it, really coming on strong with that gap up. That's a terrible rounded bottom. That's not as terrible, but it's still pretty bad. But what I really want to illustrate is this area here and this area here lining up pretty well. Not exactly, but pretty well. And then like energy last week on Friday, we had that gap down, but Nat Gas did the same thing and recovered. However, the caveat is today, gap up and a go, and I mean a strong go at that right now. heating season and all those things. We had where I am, the northeast of the U.S., we had quite the cold snap that has happened over the last couple of weeks here. That was definitely well below normal. Right. It might be giving you a specific number regarding the breakout of the standard deviation. That's what I would suspect, Peter. And then I think that's going to coincide with each stock and each individual security on that breakout, to its actual average true range or trading range or whatever you want to call it. So big picture in nat gas, I mean, it's kind of in no man's land. All right. What do I mean by no man's land? Well, we've got, these are the, that was where we started 2022. This has been the high of 2022, and we're pretty much smack dab in the middle. So it's kind of no man's land right now. I think if it gets above this, you might see some momentum towards 30 again, this level right there. If we come back and test this, it's very possible we come and see the low of 2022 again. Hard to say. It's going to be very dependent on weather around the world. I think the U.S. and obviously Europe more than anything else, you're not going to be looking to a lot of natural gas. A lot of natural gas waiting as far as Japan or Africa or South America. First off, South America is moving into their summer right now, while Africa is essentially moving into their summer as well, or 90% of Africa is. Their cold weather on the level of heating is not what we see in the Northern Hemisphere, period, anyways. So going to be really tied to that, so this is going to be more tied to weather in the Northern Hemisphere, where your traditional energy stocks. You got KOS still kind of moving up here on us. More traditional energy stocks like this are going to be more tied to, I think, energy policies regarding hydrocarbons in general. I'm going to say petrodollar, didn't mean petrodollar. Aside from that, no real trading for me today. I took a quick scalp on this. I took a quick scalp in this here. Got in, got out right away. I did not hold for most of that move. That was it. And that's it. I didn't see anything else that really said trade me. I'm not going after something that gaps up like that. Wait, maybe something will happen here. I doubt it. UCL, it's not very dynamic as far as I'm concerned. I mean, yes, it's up, 15% from the open, but I don't know, small float and already up big kind of over the last, these candles anyways, not specifically dollar wise up big, just didn't feel right. Mondays, I'm really slow to react on Mondays, or I should say I'm slow to action on Mondays. I don't think there's anything really that actionable for me here. And someone might say, oh, well, the thing's up, 13% from the open and 15, almost 16% from the close. Yeah, it is. But I mean, look at the overall picture on this downtrend. Where am I going to on this? What am I looking for? 1.5 million in the float. And all of a sudden, if this thing, drops below $2 or something on me, that the risk reward simply is not there. CFMS, same thing, really nice move. Actually, this is a lot better looking. Actually, what I don't care for is this right here. Only 500,000 shares traded, not untradeable, but again, this big downturn, and it's Monday. You get in the first 2 minutes, you get that move, or first 2 15-minute bars, you get that move. Just wasn't feeling it again. NXL, move happens so fast. Nothing, again, just not seeing it being dynamic here on these here. maybe a little more here. Still not crazy about it. You know, these moves, some of these moves have come in so fast that, you know, how do you really trade them? Let's see. I do SLGC, another one here. You know, pulls up that pullback. You know, I guess on a pullback alert, this was okay. Again, you know, getting it maybe on a 3 pullback. Where are you now? You know, you're up 13 cents if you got it around 3. And 8 is making some noise. All right, this is interesting. Now, this one's a little more interesting. You've got kind of this wedge that happened here, and you got it doing it again here. $5 is a big block, but some room up to that level right here if the interest stays there. You know, 1.3 million shares traded, essentially. Not too shabby. How to day trade for? Yeah, I don't have that book. I'm familiar with it in the sense I know it exists and I've heard it referenced a number of times, that book, Peter, but I'm not. I've never read it. Country filter. You know, it's been requested several times. Anytime I've seen it, I've marked it as a future request, put it into the folder, and that's about all the say that I get on that. So, the powers that be march to their drum. So I can't say whether it will or will not ever come to fruition, but I don't get a say in it. Sorry. UCL. UCL's all right. Again, you know, really up a lot here recently. So where's it going to, you know? Doesn't have any chart resistance on the daily chart, technically up to $6. So, you know, a break on the high of the day, you know, could put some interest in there. Just the you know, this faded volume, then a pop in volume, you know, not bad. I'll throw a price alert there, I guess. I don't think I'll trade it, but throw a price alert on high of the day. It's certainly beaten up. I mean, you know, look at a big picture on it here. You know, long-term downtrend. And for such a low float stock, it doesn't have exactly a huge range. It does have some explosive capabilities, obviously. I've been testing some Fibonacci pullback alerts and gotten very few signals. Have you ever used these? Not sure I'm using them. No, Jeff, I don't use Fibonacci, but we can open an alert window here. Search up the fibs. Well, let's add that. You know, your filters might have a lot to do with it too, Jeff. Consider that, because you're already looking for something very specific, right? With a Fibonacci alert. So getting too specific on the filters afterwards, you know, could really hinder some stuff. I'm just going to throw that in here really quick and just see what's come through. You know what? Let me add some other data points in here. Let's get rid of relative volume. Let's get rid of change from close and change from open. Let's go with type, symbol exchange, description. and quality. I want to add those columns. All right, so this says there's a Fibonacci buy signal retrace from resistance 811 back to support 795. Started 5 minutes and 44 seconds ago. So, all right. Let's see what it's put out through today. And I did very few filters. 500,000 shares traded on the day and a minimum of $5 price on the stock. Well, that's a good amount of alerts coming through there. So I would say loosen up your filters, Jeff. And you might want to add the description column so that it gives you more of a, gives you a better view of why the alert happened, where it's coming from, where it went to, or, where it was, where it is, kind of thing. The quality filter is based on the quality column is based on the alert filter in here. So this filter here, it's a way to get to look at alerts that have formed over longer periods of time. The thesis being that the longer it took for an alert to formulate, the more significant it is, essentially, versus things that are just whipping around between those levels to create, well, for example, in this one, a 38% buy signal. What's up, Mike C? Yeah, multitasking and all that. I don't know about amazing or gifted, but multitasking is what I do regardless. Okay, so he's just, I'd say he's looking for stocks that are that have a treatable range. Stocks that don't really have much of a range. Sounds like he's trying to avoid. The thesis behind that is, talking about, when I mention stocks that don't have much of a trading range in general, I'm not specifically referencing ATR, but, where stock has been over the last year, something like, trying to think of, is this one? So something like EGY, this hasn't, well, actually, this isn't a great example, but, look, from January of this year to its high, it was a $4 move. And that was a, quote unquote, big move as far as the stock goes. It does not have a huge overall range. And if you look at, the ATR in this is probably really minuscule. So I wouldn't call it a great, quote unquote, day trading vehicle in that regard. I think that would be his thesis behind that is if you're going to get in something, you want to know that it has the capabilities of making big moves. So that's quite a bounce going on for energy right now. P10, some more than others. LBTR, Marathon Oil. I mean, they're all looking basically the same right now. We'll see if that's just a relief bounce or something more. Where's Barry? Barry is on his hour break, like every Monday through Friday that the room is open anyways, because obviously Thanksgiving Thursday won't be open. He takes a break at noon every day, noon Eastern each day. So Monday you get stuck with me for an hour. Bowling lanes here. This is actually a bowling company, no, right? Operates bowling centers. Make bowling great again, right? I can't even remember the last time I went bowling. Last time I went bowling has got to be like 7 years ago. Anywho, stock got rocked going into and after earnings. And we see this massive red candle here the day before earnings. Pretty good range here on earnings and fading since. And what a bottoming shadow there afterwards. Your filters are pretty loose. Try loosening them a little more. I mean, you can see as I ran the history on this, I mean, I'm getting a lot of alerts. I'm getting a couple of alerts every 10 minutes. Look, two alerts because SI is over and over again. But at 11:30, I essentially got 1, 2, 3 alerts at 4 alerts at 11:30. So you might try loosening them just a little more, Jeff. Yeah, I would say that definitely has a huge factor in it because everything gapped down today. So if you've got a 2% change from close, you're already working against you. Maybe try instead 2% up from the open. That might serve you better. I don't know that it will. But certainly can't hurt. And I think I'm caught up here with the questions and whatnot. I'll throw this back on live. See what comes through. So DUG was the last one here, and it says was Fibonacci buy signal retrace, blah, 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 from resistance at 1262. And support at 1132. Is that what it said? Started 5 days ago. Well, there's your 1132. Interesting. GPK, I haven't seen this stock in a while. I don't know, nice long uptrend here overall. Very long time. That channel that it's been in, right in the middle of that channel again. You can draw a line through the middle of that channel. That wasn't great. That's better. Huh. Hi, Chris. Do you see many patterns and sector shifts from your experience in gas? I'm not sure what you mean by see many patterns. I mean, generally I find a pattern in any chart that I look at. I don't know about pattern, but I find, notes in every chart that I look at. I could pull up an XOP chart and, I could subjectively look at this in a lot of ways. I could almost find you head and shoulders here right now, actually. Complex head and shoulders. That goes any higher. If that went any higher, then no. So, I could see that. I could also reverse it. And I could say that there's an inverse head and shoulders here. I can make an argument for both those. Probably an inverse head and shoulders looks even better, to be honest. There's our neckline on the inverse head and shoulders. It's retraced to the neckline. Could that be a big buying signal on XOP? I could certainly argue that. So, I mean, I could look at any chart and cherry pick a pattern. I don't know what opposite sectors means. I don't know if you mean like inverse ETFs. If it comes to inverse ETFs, I don't look at inverse ETFs for a pattern on them because they have decay. For example, something like Not SOXX, what I want. What's an inverse ETF? This is a, so even something like this, I wouldn't look because there's decay on these things. Probably not the bull one as much. No, not a silly question. Just if you can elaborate more on what the opposite part of it is. I mean, as far as the rest goes, yeah. I mean, I look at all the sectors. I look more at trend than patterns. To be honest, I'm more of a trend follower than a pattern person. So look at something like XLP, for example. There's no discernible trend on this right now. We can go back and where's the discernible trend? There was certainly a trend. Once we broke COVID highs here, we could see a discernible uptrend. Not great. Since then, I guess this is a discernible downtrend. So I'm more looking at it like that. You got it, Jeff. That's what I pointed towards, and maybe it wouldn't even hurt to have two versions of the window put in a multi-window, one up from the close, one up from the open, give them a comparison side by side. So I think you're kind of talking more to relative strength than Jonathan, trying to find stocks that have been independently strong of their sectors. I notice it like when I do my evening scanning or my early morning scanning for more of my long-term hold setups. Generally speaking, I have a good pulse of what sectors are doing what. And if I start to see I start to see a sector I start to see a bunch of stocks in a sector that's beaten up and all of a sudden they're looking real strong, I absolutely take note of that to say that they have relative strength to the overall sector. So trying to think of something that would fit that bill. I don't know if I have anything on my liked list. I felt like I saw something. Well, I mean, actually, what I picked for the trade of the week would be a good example of that. If we were to look at this, let me put it up like this. Or not. Come on, chart. Don't mess with me. Any day now. So I've got this set up par to SPY. Let me bring it up now. I mean, look how strong that is compared to that. But let's look at this as compared to, and I want to go short time frame on this though. Chart style. Let's go with comparison. Let's put the XOP. Let's put the XLE. Now, XLE. It's not the example I was looking for, to be honest. I thought this would come out a little different for me here. But I would. This is kind of what I'd point you towards finding. If you find stocks that look strong and you think are strong compared to a sector, throw up a compare chart and give a look like that. Let me see if I can find something. Here we go. Marathon Oil. Look at this as compared to the XLE. And for a long time, it's not a short period of time where this is without a question outperforming not only the market, but, energy in general since since October of 2021, essentially. It took off and never looked back as compared to energy overall. So that's what I would point you towards that, simply being familiar with, where the sectors are, where the sectors you're mostly interested are. And then as you go through scanning stocks, what's strong relative to that sector. And I think that's, a great way to play anything, especially just so you can find things, a sector that's been strong has a pullback and you find stocks that didn't really pull back with the rest of the sector. That's, that's like what you really want. So let's see. I would even say Sandridge hasn't quite pulled back quite as much as the overall energy sector. Although the people that I know that work in energy, a lot of them hate this stock or this company. So I've always kind of steered clear of it on any kind of long-term hold. But it certainly has a lot of range on it for day trading. But let's see, MGY. Not look at the MGY, how well it's held up overall over the last couple of weeks. You got this bottoming shadow here. Sellers really tried to get into it, couldn't do it on Friday. Tried to get into it today, couldn't do it again today. Now I know a lot of the energy sector looks like this, but this didn't quite sell off as much as this has. I feel like this got a little bit more of a sell-off to me than MGY does. A10. I feel like I was looking at this the other day. Perhaps I'm wrong. Yeah, I was definitely looking at this the other day. Near lifetime highs, that's why. Just took them out up here. Pretty sizable move here for it today. However, doing it on no volume. No volume whatsoever, as a matter of fact. Okay, so the market itself, when I first came in, we had that green candle coming on, didn't really do anything, put in a red candle. Now it's putting in another green candle. So go, pause, go going on right now. Bit of a red bar ignore as well on the 15-minute chart. So again, I reference this more on a completely short-term look at this point. I've kind of made some bets going into the new year on my long-term stuff, and I'm going to hold those bar getting either stopped out or targets hit. And everything else that I'm looking at now is very short-term. Like I said at the beginning of this, I don't envision there's going to be a huge move in one direction or the other without there being some kind of huge news. And people might laugh at this. Well, so first off, you got all these holidays that are coming up. You have Thanksgiving, then you'll have the Jewish holidays, then you'll have Christmas and New Year's going into the New Year's. So that's going to take people away from their desks a whole ton to start with. Then you have, and whether people want to believe this or not, you have the World Cup is going on right now, and that's certainly going to affect work and productivity and everything else going forward for the next month, essentially. And so, like I said, outside of a major event happening, we're really just probably going to chop around in the major indexes until the holidays pass and the new year rolls around. And that's, I think, just the way it's going to be. We have in the U.S. elections are, I think, for the most part behind us. I'm sure there's some contested election somewhere, someone's complaining about votes being counted or some nonsense like that. I try not to get bogged down in that stuff. I think for the most part, the election is behind us. So we've got that out of the way going into the new year. I think people might, do some positioning based on that. But like I said, I always type soy when I want to type SPY. Outside of that, I don't think you're going to see a big move. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be people at the table positioning one way or the other, but they're not going to disclose that unless they have to. Bit of a flag here on the SPY, or you could call it a bit of a symmetrical triangle as well right here too. Now, obviously, it's going to need to resolve itself one way or the other, but I don't think it'll be giving us a resolve with conviction. Look at the volume today as well. I mean, no volume whatsoever. One thing I want to note here. So when we had this rally in the summer, we did it on declining volume. When we sold off, we did it on rising volume. When we sold off again, we did it on even more rising volume. And on this rally, I would say the volume's kind of pretty even. It was not really declining volume. And now we're going to see the volume continue to fade over the next couple of weeks, no matter what. Again, barring a black swan event. So, what I glean from that is, that I'd say that feels a little more bullish than bearish to me overall. We'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. Time will tell. Again, we got about 15 minutes before Mr. Barry comes rolling back in. So fire up those questions if you got them for me, folks. For you World Cup fans, I don't know if any of you are watching, but there's just a goal in the game. I won't say who. Just in case someone's got it on DVR and trying to get to it later. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. I don't normally ever have TV or anything like that on when I'm working, but I can't help myself with the World Cup. And for those of you keeping score at home, yes, I watch it. I watch soccer in Spanish. I prefer to watch it in Spanish. All right, I just had a thought since nobody's asking any questions. I was messing around. I've had this alert window I've messed around with for a while. Where is it? Let me find it. First, I'll share it. Let me share two versions of it first. Got to find them. All right. This version has a spread filter in it. I heard that, Peter. No booze at the World Cup. Well, no booze if you don't know the right people. All right, so there's the version that I've been working off of the most on this, and I'm working on this for an automated scan. Still, not going to do anything with it. The one that I just shared has a spread filter in it. This one does not. And someone might say, well, why would you put a spread filter in as well? Because the original alert window, or the one that I shared second, it looked good on the back test, but then some of those stocks had like 15 and 20 cent spreads on them, and that's just not going to fly. Here's the first one that I shared. Throw a back test up on this. I haven't back tested this in a minute. We can open to 65 days now, it looks like. And wasn't using a stop loss. I'm holding for 75 minutes. I think that was the last I had messed around with this. And a target of 8%. Let's just look what it's done recently. Give me a second, Jonathan. I'll pull it up. I know that Tesla's banging on like the 200 week right now, which isn't great. So, it doesn't look terrible back testing, but you got this one big down day here, which really kind of stinks. Now, I could probably get rid of that by adding a stop loss, I bet. And the stop loss, I think, kind of makes it not as good because some things that turn out to be winners on the time hold get stopped out before they have a chance to win. Yeah. Adding the stop loss really kind of does not help this at all. And I know never trade without a stop loss. It has a time hold on it, though. Still risky. Anyway, something I've been messing with. Anybody wants to have a crack at it and play around with it. As far as Tesla short term, oh gee whiz, wow, this is Elon better stop tweeting and better get back in the factory, man. Holy cow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Twitter's never been better in my opinion, but I'm there for entertainment purposes more than anything else. Look at that, going back to 2020 with breakout levels. So yeah. Short term, this is a big deal. This level that it's sitting at right now. Maybe a bounce here, get you a bounce back up into 180. Could be. I don't know. It's a falling knife as far as I'm concerned. I think this is without a question a falling knife. Don't catch falling knives. I don't know what short term means to you. 3 days, 3 hours, 3 weeks. I wouldn't touch this thing. A day trade completely different. And on a day trade, I would just say, whatever kind of momentum indicators on a day trade you're looking at, I'd be using those and carefully watching. You're short, then I think you're sitting very nice right now. I think if you breach this level down here, if you breach this 168 level, give or take, I mean, you could be, this thing could free fall, to be honest. I mean, let's scroll back like this. Look at that. I mean, you breach this level here. Look how significant this 168 level is. Give or take 168, 168.50, 168.75. I mean, you could be looking at 145 pretty quickly after that. I would just, manage your risk when, ask yourself how much is I've made enough money? If you're not able to answer that question, you're missing the flip side of risk management on when time to get out and harvest that profit. Chris, yeah, good. How can I make an alert window for stocks that have been consolidating for 3 days and then breaks out for a new high? 3 days and then breaks out to a new high. Let's mess around here. So you could start with going with consolidation. You've got consolidation as an alert here. Let's see what that does. So this is looking at now consolidation 15 minutes that alert. So I don't think we want to go there. Consolidation filter and days. Look at that. So here's what the consolidation filter does. Could use that. There's also, you might look at the change filters. So change over. About 3 days. You could use it in 5 days. And, give it a, add filter and give it, I don't know what you want to see it within. Maybe say, a max of, 2% change over the last 5 days, and then build the rest of the scan around it breaking out. The problem is you're going to be limited. It's hard to tell a scan, find things that are consolidating, but also now they're going to break out. There's no filter that says, all right, only look back on this for the consolidation and this in the future for the breakout, or the current for the breakout. So you're still kind of limited in that regard like that. What else would there be? Change position and range. I'm trying to think, you could use consecutive days. Maybe that might be better because so on the consecutive days, it's going to look back. It won't include today's data. So what if, you were to put like, let's add that filter and let's say, down no more than 1, up no more than 2, maybe. So it's the stocks that are up no more than 2 days in a row, stocks that were down no more than 1 days in a row, stocks that were flat. So that would be 3 days of kind of being flat-ish, and then put today as a breakout in that regard. No, distance from inside market is going to be filtering out bad prints. I think your consecutive days might be kind of a way you want to go. Maybe consecutive days and then a position and range filter for today and finding stuff that's like at the high of today, breaking away. I think that would be a way to send you. Distance from inside market. Bring over the definition of it here as I go shooting by. The last print to the best bid and offer. So, if you're trying to filter out bad prints, essentially it separates legitimate prints from bad prints. That's what the distance from inside market's trying to do. Those would be the big ones that I send you to. Like I said, the thing with the change or the consolidation filter is that it's going to look for stuff in consolidation only. So you're limited in that sense. What you could try to do is, put those up so you're finding the consolidation, going this way, and then on the current day you're trying to be at least to the top of that consolidation. That would be, I think, the best that you could do in that regard. But I still think consecutive days is going to be your best bet here. I think consecutive days and trying to work something around, maybe down no more than 2 days in a row, up no more than 2 days in a row. And now the third day could be a breakout on either one of those. Yeah, you got it, Mookie. Hopefully that gets you in a direction that will bring up some ideas that are interesting to you in that regard. Just trying to think. Let's get rid of this. Let's go with I heard a whisper.
Christopher.
You're early.
A little bit early. Take a look at ICU.
How could you see? Is my webcam on? Sorry, terrible joke. Terrible joke. Don't.
Very funny, yes.
Yes. No.
The reason I'm interested in it, and I've been talking about it for a bit in both rooms. Check the histogram out on the 15.
Yeah.
Very high still. Hasn't really moved. Has to get through the VWAP at 6.
Mm-hmm.
And if it does, and that histogram stays high, this could turn into a good late day trade. Possible. I mean, there's the float, 2.4 million. It did hit 10 in the pre-market, then came right back down. And so that's kind of what I'm watching right now. I'm just wanting to see if this can take out 6, take out the VWAP and start to move.
I'm going to throw an alert at, just below 6, whole number if nothing else too. I look at it, I look at this level here, that 620 level, give or take, this candle around 618 a high, this one 625 a high.
625, yeah.
Struggles there, but after that, then 650 and then I guess 10 in the pre-market, right?
Oh, it's going there for sure, right?
Oh, without it, I've already sunk in my entire life savings to it.
That's right. That's right.
Alana's college fund is right in there already.
Oh,
I
poor
press
Alana.
buy. I press buy as we're speaking.
I guess her dreams of being a doctor are over.
Long over. I used to tease when she was a baby and talking about jobs that she would want. And they said your two options are stock trader or theoretical physicist. Those are the two things I love. So those are your only options. She wasn't
Only
buying
options.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
She was
she's a
not buying
failure
it.
unless she does one of them.
That, in my eyes, anyways.
Oh
You
my
know,
gosh. Well, not a lot of pressure on her, but
none whatsoever.
all right, my friend. I'll let me take over from you if you want. I'll take
No,
over now.
I'm ready if you're ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. There, I just
And,
swap screens.
And all right, well, I'll talk to you in Slack and the marketing meeting tomorrow. And other than that, I won't see you for a whole week, Barry.
I know. Well, and if we don't talk, then happy Thanksgiving and all to you and yours.
And even though I know Canadian Thanksgiving has already passed, you as well.
Exactly. That's a day off. That's what it is for me. Okay. All right.
All right, Barry.
Thanks, Chris.
You take care. We'll see you.
Okay, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. I am back in both rooms. So I was just saying to Chris, I'm still waiting to see this ICU. If it breaks out over that 6 level, that VWAP, the histogram is still, giving me, well, the confidence that it might. Okay. I mean, again, what is the histogram telling me? That the bullish candles are definitely in control, though the stock hasn't moved. The price has not moved versus the bearish candles. So this again, as I'm using the phrase, something could be percolating underneath that we're just not quite aware of. Steve asked about why is energy, just as I was leaving the room at noon, I think somebody posted that the Saudis said, hey, wait a minute, we're not looking to, something about the Saudis. Saudis, the now reported discussions about OPEC plus oil output hike. So they're denying it. So they deny it and then let the stocks pop. And then they say, well, wait a minute, we don't deny it. And after they've shorted all these pops. If you're any sort of a conspiracy theorist. All right, guys, not really seeing too much right now. NUE scalp, short NUE. Let's take a look at NUE. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. Well, yeah, not showing up in my, that's on your topping tail scan, probably. Mm-hmm. Well, unfortunately, I was on my break when 8 hit, EGHT, that hit at 439. That was decent. You had to wait a little bit, I guess. That's from your topping tail scan, EGHT. And it's gone, yeah, it's actually gone negative now. Amazing, isn't it? These big pops on something, who knows what. I don't see any information on this whatsoever. EGHT. What does it look like? FNKO? Let's take a look. Not really. I mean, it's sort of chopping around. I mean, right now it's suggesting, going long, or it's just suggesting that the Bulls are outweighing the Bears in sort of pattern. But I mean, to me, it's just too choppy. Well, guys, that's it. No more ICU. No more ICU. So even though the histogram is still looking bullish, no more. That looks like this is over. Again, it's certainly not 100%. No indicator is. Yeah, we talked about that symbol earlier, Steve. Symbol name. Now, listen, maybe it pops right back up. But unfortunately, this is not shortable for me either. So, wow, look at not V. So not V is now above Friday's high. Trying to make it crawl back. I think I'm still. There we go. Got my other room going. Yeah, not V. So it's above Friday's high. I wish it were a little more orderly. I wish it had been just underneath Friday's high, consolidating, and then a pop through it. Because right now I feel like I'm just trying to chase it. But again, look left. Lots of room. 1520 is the next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Yeah, this is shortable also. So yeah, not a high fee rate. But boy, this looks like it wants to just move a little bit here, guys. Still haven't seen anything from them officially, other than we kind of we don't agree with what Muddy Water said, but nothing. Usually they come out with some big report. This is why we don't agree, but I haven't seen anything. No, still not like a real robust defense. But I'm liking the way it's holding this right now, just over that high and a little bit more basing maybe. A little bit, see, just dropped. A little bit more basing would be awesome. Histogram is starting to get a little higher here. Well, look at this pay, almost a lifetime low. PAY, almost a lifetime low, had earnings on the 9th. Interesting. I mean, look at the reaction to earnings on the 9th. Nice big daily green daily candle, a little follow up the following day. But ever since then, just giving it all up. I mean, I think the lifetime low is probably 883. I'd have to look back, but I mean, it's almost, in the position in lifetime range, 0.4%. So, I mean, it's almost at the low of its life. Let me just do a quick look on a monthly chart to see if there's something. Yeah, this looks like, it's almost at an all-time low now, 883, I believe, for pay. Oof, well, guys, just a couple things I'm watching now. I mean, that not V, just to see if it can regain that 640 level, make a bit of a move. Keep an eye on the not V, guys, NOTV. Keep an eye on it just in case it takes out that high of Friday again. High of Friday again was 639. It tried, got up to 644, pulled a little bit back. Volume is still good. Low float, 19 million in the float. I'm going to reset my price alert up in this area, 642, see if it takes it out again. From a YouTube room, INBX. Let's take a look at INBX. Yeah, so I guess you're okay. It's holding the VWAP, I guess, 2970, so it's holding the VWAP. The high of the day was 3053, so I don't know, it might block it. Next high is 3052, so you can see that today's high basically touched Friday's high. Almost the same. So I'm not sure how much more room this has got, INBX. It's not trading abnormally at all, only half normal. So just don't know how dynamic this would be, Derek. However, look at the SPY. What a move! What a move! We've actually gone You know what? This will be hilarious. Let's take a look at the channel bar now, and especially looking at energy. The change from the open, especially energy, and this will not be 100% anymore. Look at this. What a change, guys. So with that announcement, from the Saudis, look at this. Now, the last time we looked at this, just before I took my break, probably about quarter to 12 or so, maybe, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE were down from not only Friday's close, but also down from their opening trade this morning. Now look at them, 90% or above, 90% above their opening trade. Even tech is 50-50. Poor old communications, though. Communication is just not the sector to be in. Now, if you're a bottom fisher, at some point, maybe you look at TMUS, or you try to find the strongest stock, the strongest stock in that sector. Not saying TMUS is it, but just saying, that's kind of how you can look at that. Yeah, I mean, look at TMUS. I mean, TMUS is almost at its high for the year. On the bottom side, LUMN is basically at its year low. So you can use, these sectors and just, I mean, let's take a look at energy. There have to be at least probably 2 or 3 that are still below the open. So look at FANG as an example. FANG has not, I mean, it's rallied, but it's still below the open. Anyway, it's pretty fascinating though. I mean, the change, just that little news release comes out about the Saudis. And, this has affected commodities. Well, materials, I guess. US Steel, I'm sure FCX is doing the same thing. Now look at US Steel X. Look at where it is right now. 200-day moving average is 24.78. It's coming right into it. Will that stop it? So this just showed up in the gap down in reverse. How the ALHC gap down trying to reverse, but look at the 200-day moving average, 1187. So it's basically right between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. So that makes it a no-go for me. It's the 200-day moving average is just too close. I mean, if it could pop through it and keep going, but it just doesn't meet my trading plan. Keep an eye on, okay, I mean, an eye to not be. I mean, it is still hanging around the high of Friday. I like, more consolidation, the better. Little underneath that high, and then maybe it pops right through. Traders just look at this and they go, man, oh man, look at that next high. And I'm not at all suggesting it's going to get back up to 15, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Are you talking about the sector status, Iris? You mean this? You're going into dock channel bar, right? And then scroll. You probably have to click on more. I don't have to click on more anymore, but I think it's stopped right underneath momentum, maybe. You guys have to click on more channels. Well, if you don't, well, do you see all the channels? I'm on a development version, so if you scroll down, you should come to the end of something and it should say more. You're on the dock channel bar, right, Iris? Okay, so there is no more. Okay, well, you should see sector status. Okay, then there is no there's no more. Okay, so don't you see sector status? I mean, it's not disappeared. You do not see sector. Can you see my screen? I want to make sure that you're not. Yeah, I think you're on the channel bar. Okay, perhaps. Let me see it. But does the channel bar have sector status? Yeah, well, it does have sector status. So, but are you on are you on the docked channel bar? Docked channel bar. New docked channel bar, not the other channel bar. The docked channel bar. Well, then go to the docked channel bar, please. The reason why it's better to do that because you can click on the channel. You don't have to worry about your layout disappearing. That's the whole idea of the docked. That's the whole idea of the docked channel bar. I can click on all these layouts and my layout will still remain. That's the whole idea of it. So show more is still there if you click on the dock channel bar. And then when you do that, you will see sector status. And thank you, Pepe. So does that make sense? Don't click on channel bar. Well, I mean, if you wanted to, so if you want to have sector status, instead of going to the dock channel bar, well, you just right click, okay, and save or share to cloud. And then it'll be in your cloud. I mean, I'm not sure you want to add I'm not sure you want to add the dock channel though to your layout, okay? You could do this. This is what I'm trying to say. This is the dock channel bar right now, okay? So you can have it up and running. You can put it on another screen, okay? You can put it on another monitor and your layout still remains. I wouldn't add this to your layout. I would just, bring it up when necessary. Or right now, I mean, if you Okay, does that make sense? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have it, just load it from the channel, and then now you can have this up and running all day long. Okay, you can shrink it down a little bit if size is a problem. Okay, now you can have this up and running all day long. That's the whole idea of the dock channels, because you can have your layouts still running and still take a look at the dock channels. You can surf through them. So I wouldn't add it to my layout as something that is, always there. Okay, okay, good. All right, well, guys, not V is a bust too right now. Not V is a bust. ICU has been, well, when I say a bust, it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So I'm not, didn't never took the trade, either trade. It didn't trigger where I wanted it to. So no harm. I don't try to anticipate that, something is going to happen. It has to happen, or I don't know, it sounds somewhat obvious. It either happens or it doesn't happen. Okay. But I don't try to anticipate, well, it looks like it's going to take out that high. So I'm going to just take the trade right now and, would have been a loser. I would have had a stop. I would have had a stop had I done that, but I just don't do that. I don't anticipate that something is going to happen. I put a price alert, and if it happens, great. If it doesn't, then I just move on. It saves a lot of chopping up your account, by trying to anticipate things. I know why people do it. They get bored. They're sitting there doing nothing. It's gonna happen. So you just do it. I know. We've all done it. I mean, here's another one, guys. I mean, look at the CDIO. I mean, it looks pretty interesting. There's the VWAP. Another VWAP stall. 250 is the VWAP. Got a little bit above it. No, in fact, it didn't. Our line is, there's a little, usually a few cents discrepancy. I don't know why. It might be pre-market stuff, but anyway. But there's the VWAP 250. Look where it got to. Got to 247 high. Newt. Let's take a look at Newt from Eric in our YouTube room. Eye of. Yeah, big nice move here. Now, this will probably show up here. The reason it's not showing up right now, or why it didn't earlier, is because the volume 265 is a minimum 200,000 here. So, that candle right there is 73,000. I almost guarantee if it can make a new high again, it'll probably show up here. But let's take a look left. Looks like the next high is 1725. So it's got a little bit of room. I'm always sort of wary of a stock taking out a whole number easily. So there's that 17. See, so many of these charts I look at, I mean, I just look at them and I think, there's just too much resistance nearby. It's on the momentum channel. Okay. Well, yeah, I can see why it would be because of the volume increase. Yeah, because of that big volume increase. I mean, but remember, it's only traded 270, but yeah, a lot of that volume is right, a third of that, well, a quarter of that volume is right here. You also have to deal with the spread, 1681, 1698, that's not a good spread. So they did have some news, receives approval from Federal Reserve to become a bank holding company. Okay, so that was the news this morning. A little bit of a pop on that news, but this is definitely more of a delayed reaction. Now look at Foot Locker. So Foot Locker had earnings on the 18th. So there was a reaction. No, there was a reaction, but it did sell off. I mean, it still was above the close of the day before, which was Thursday. So there's a reaction on Friday, but it did sell off. It closed below its open. But then look at this move for Foot Locker, FL. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Here's another cheap one that's had a nice 3-day move. That's the PRQR. It was through the 200-day a couple of days ago, under $1, and it's continued. Again, look at the CDI. I mean, it's just trying to get through that VWAP. But we've seen this over and over, these little ones that just are struggling to get through the VWAP, and then they just drop. Another one though, just not shortable for me. Yeah, so Major, every time you click on an alert from an alert window, I guess not from the racing, but from an alert window, it's going to tell you where the alert happened, but I guess not in the racing. I guess it doesn't happen in the racing. Okay, so in any alert window that you've got, or multi-strategy window. So for instance, in my 10-day daily breakout, if I click on SHC, this is where the first alert happened at 8:05. The price was 8:05. You see how the blue arrow shows up. So you have to be clicking from an alert window. There's no setting, it just happens. And it's just telling you that was the candle. Now it's on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up, it would let me know on the 5-minute chart where it was, or a 2-minute chart. Okay. But it's only from an alert window. There's UCL at 3.8. The price was 318 at 11:42. So there's the candle. There's the 15-minute candle that it happened on. So there's no setting. It just happens. And just give me one more, Laura. Yeah, guys, there goes UCL. Nice. Funny, did not win one race. But that doesn't mean, but it probably was, moving up and down the leaderboard. It just said, for whatever reason, I could have finished second or third. Anyway, repeating, yes. So this is what I do right here. This is the DR for me. I mean, this is just a name I gave it. Don't repeat. So if you don't want alerts repeating every time, for instance, here it's repeating every single time it's making a new high. Okay, UCL as an example. But you just right click on your alert window, properties, they'll pop up, don't repeat. So you check don't repeat. And then this is a drop down menu. Check that. And then this is a drop down menu so you can have your time frame. So if you don't want to repeat for 1 minute or 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day. That's what I do. I just want to see where it happened the first time and the time. Then I can kind of go back. Now before I leave, okay, so you understand that. Good. Yeah, because it's, again, that's why I can kind of go back and check what did it do from 805 at the price was 805. What did it do from there? Well, got up to 962. EAF, first alert was at 525. What did it do from there? Well, it's at 546 now. PBYI, 444, hasn't really moved. CDIO, 264, dropped a bit. I mean, these are not strategies. UCL, 318 at 1142. I had to wait, but now it's at 340. Things like that. I love doing that. I mean, and I put them side by side. So this is the repeating version, and this is the not repeat version. Shouldn't depend on the alert. No. Major should not depend on the alert. You might have to give it time. If you're looking at a 15-minute chart, I'm sure the 15-minute chart has to close. So you might be getting an alert as an example. Well, even a 5, it has to close. And it might take a couple of bars. I haven't really thought about it, but let me just take a look. Let me get a chart up, and let me put out like a 1-minute chart just for fun. Yeah, that's it. Because I just clicked on UCL, and it was at less than a minute ago, and it's showing up right there on that 1-minute chart. So that's got to be the reason. Let me see if I get a real-time alert right now on anything, and I'll have this 1 minute. See if it see if on a 1 minute I just need an alert now. And of course, I'm not going to get one for a while. Sorry, guys, I'm just having a little bite here. Maybe I'll put myself on mute. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts. Well, I'm just going to put it off to the side. I will get something. Come on, UCL, make another new high. All right, guys, Not V is trying to come back a little bit. I think the ICU is dead, but I think the Not V is trying to come back. Again, the key level is that 640 level. See if it can come back to that 640 level. What did it pull back down to 613? I just want an alert. I just want any real-time alert right now to see see how quickly it shows up on a 1 minute chart. That's all I'm looking for. But I'm not getting any alert right now from any of my scans. I don't have very many up and running. That's one reason. When did I mention the gap? Probably maybe right around here, 1370. So it's had a nice little run. Again, second day off earnings, second day continuation off earnings. The high on Friday was 1405. So it's above Friday's high now. And this one, this GLNG, what a nice run it's been on. Another one from earnings, the 16th. So a little bit of a delayed reaction. It had a bad reaction to earnings. There's that red candle, but trying to come back a little bit. I just can't believe I'm not getting any new alerts so I can test this concept of when the blue arrow will appear on a 1 minute. Well, why don't you, whoever asked that question, maybe you've got more alerts coming at you. Just put a 1 minute chart up and see what happens. Question in our YouTube room, SHC, haven't looked at it for a while after it got slammed down. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it can somehow hold 8, the VWAP, I guess it's far enough away, 858. That could be easily, though, could be some resistance. Nice pop at the beginning of the day, but basically sold off. And had some news this morning, a positive court ruling. I mean, it's a good thing, guys. I mean, remember, I keep saying, don't have so many alert windows, and you'll be listening to alerts all day long, getting nothing done. So I haven't had anything other than my races trigger. Aha, SBRA. So this is, what's the high here? 1218 is the high. So it's a little bit above the high of Friday, sorry. And then when you look left, 1293. So this has got some room. This has actually got some room. It's a big float, $250 million in the float, but it's got some room. SBRA. And Macy's continues to be strong. M. All right, guys, this may be poised, excuse me, may be poised to make another new high here, UCL. Now, I always think that the 50-cent level can be equally tough to get through for stocks under $5, as is the whole number. So we'll see if that is correct. And if we look left, boy, this has had quite the run. If we look left, okay, I'm going to have to bring up a weekly chart. Wow, this has still got a lot of room. I mean, on the weekly chart anyway, the next high is 660. It's had a great 3-day or 2-week plus 1-day run, but it's still got room. Had earnings on the 16th, so that's behind. That's behind. So let's use the buy button. Okay, let's just say, you know, you don't mind taking this, but you want it to pull back to a certain level. Say 311, right to the little bit of consolidation here, a little bit of support here maybe. So click the buy button on the chart and the crosshairs appear. And then left click and that'll release it right at that price. So this will take the trade at 309 if it pulls back. Now, if your buy button is not is grayed out, that means you're not on a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? And that you have to have the sim up and running, the simulator up and running. So what it's going to do, this has been pre-done, okay? It's going to take $5,000 worth of stock at the price that you tell it to, and it's going to put a stop at the low of the day. Again, this is not what I call a strategy. It's just a quick way of assigning something to the buy button so you don't have to figure out how to do it. Down the road, of course, you can set up your own parameters for your buying and for your shorting. Okay, but when you're new to Trade Ideas, we thought, you know what, instead of forcing people to try to figure out, well, how do I use that buy button? What parameters should I use? So we just put one in there as a default. Well, my hope is that UCL maybe takes out the high, so it gives me a real-time alert. Yeah, I see that ONCS was halted at 1219 when I was on break. Now, I just sort of discarded the ALHC because of the 200-day moving average is pretty close, but it is inching its way up. All right, this is driving me crazy. I'm just going to bring up something I know is going to give me some alerts right now. At least it should. Boy, this is how dead it is, guys. Because normally this is a a fairly relaxed alert window called basic new highs and lows. Stocks making new highs or lows of the day. I don't have like what I would call some really tough filters in here. And normally by now I'd have probably 2 or 3 or 4. So this is just kind of showing me what sort of a day it is. I think this is the one I'm actually sharing on my homepage also. I'll be right back. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to duplicate this window. I'm going to, oh, current volume's 8. Oh, I see that. Interesting. Okay, I'll put 1. Maybe that's the reason. I thought it was a lot more. Okay. Well, there it is on the 1-minute chart. So that happened at 1:55. So there it is on the 1-minute chart right there. PBY, let's see if it, okay, so it obviously has to look back at least 1 bar, okay? Or has to wait for the current bar to close. Okay. So it does work. I mean, it's not a bug. It's just that it has to, I guess maybe 2 bars it has to, there it is. Okay. Now guys, UCL, almost at that high right here, 350. Boy, the room it's got on that weekly anyway, $6, 6 something. These guys do cloud, I mean, it's cloud-based, but so I had some news on the 18th. Was an earnings play on the 16th. I sort of remember that. Earnings play on the 16th. So right here, there was the reaction on that candle right there. It had already had a bit of a run up before earnings, but look at this. This is like first and second day continuation after earnings. I'm sorry. First, second, and third day continuation after earnings. for UCL. Guys, keep an eye on this one also. I mean, this BRBR had earnings bad. That was on Friday. Friday reaction bad, but coming back 24.90. So I mean, there is $1.50 to that high. The 200-day is 24.19, so that's 50 cents away. But just something, maybe it's above the VWAP. Whoa, UCL, it did take out briefly. Anyway, briefly. I think sound alerts are gone. Give me a moment here. I must have just missed it. Yeah, so UCL actually got up to 360 before it pulled back a bit. Yeah, another low float, 11 million in the float. Hong Kong, so China stock, Hong Kong stock. This was definitely running counter to the rest of the China stocks this morning. KWEB was quite a bit down. And it's still moving down. So, I mean, this is, trading on its own in terms of it's not following what the rest of a lot of the other China stocks are doing. I know it's Hong Kong, but all right, guys, CDIO is above. It's above the VWAP now, 250. So it's above the VWAP. Histogram increasing. What's the high over here? 257. The high of the day is 280. Well, I've taken some just to see, okay? So my stop will be basically at the VWAP, see if it pulls back down there, and we'll just see. Meanwhile, UCL making another new high for the day. This is on fire now, boy. And again, you look left. It's got a ton of room on that weekly chart still. What's the float for CDIO? CDIO, the float? Yeah, low float. So, again, be careful. Be careful, meaning if you take this one, do not wander away from your computer. And the histogram is looking decent. It's increasing here. These bars increasing, meaning that the bullish candlestick patterns are starting to get more than the bearish ones. If there's any news in this one. So they're presenting at the Benchmark Company's upcoming Discovery One-on-One Investor Conference, okay? Wonder when that is. Thursday, so that's when the conference starts. I don't know if they're presenting. Yes, well, it starts on the first. I don't know if that means they're presenting on the first, but anyway, I guess that's their little news. Whoa, guys, not V, not V, NOTV. NOTV is right back up to that area. Keep an eye on it. If it takes out that high on Friday of 640 with any oomph, I didn't know what the news about DraftKings was. DKNG? Ah, okay. Customer accounts being hijacked. So it only affected $300,000. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, nice little move here though. Lots of volume coming in for DraftKings, DKNG. Nice, and through the 200, through the VWAP, 1406. The high up here is 15 almost, so there is some room. Actually, 1407. Make sure of that. Yeah, I mean 14. Yeah, this has got some room, guys. DKNG on that news. Okay, guys, CDIO, come on, get into the 70s. Okay, so this just showed up on Zach's bottoming scan, FRG, the franchise group, okay? Let me see if there's any news on it, but a bit of a leg down. The next low looking left is 24.21. So it's about 50 cents from that low. This is a bounce play. Probably my issue with it would be that, I mean, it depends how much you're willing to, make or wanting to try to make. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 25. So you've only got 30 cents from here. And it's, if somebody said, well, you'll get the entire 30 cents, fine. But of course, we don't know that. All right. Here's a little winner, guys, for the CDIO. I've taken some out at the 270 mark. Why would I do that? I mean, the histogram still looks really good, but I am aware of that high, the intraday high. So just to give you an idea, I think the VWAP was 250. So in at 256 with a 6 cent stop, okay? Out at some at 270, so that's 14, right? 14 with a 6 cent stop. You can do the math. At least a 1 for 2, over a little over a 1 for 2. In other words, I've risked 6 cents, making 14. Just divide 6 into 14. That'll give you your risk to reward ratio. And and it continues to climb. I mean, man, if it takes this out, this 280 out. And the volume is increasing here too for the CDIO. It doesn't have a volume component in this histogram, but it doesn't help. I'm sorry, it doesn't hurt to have volume. But if you're new to trading, I hope you can kind of see that this VWAP, is pretty It's an indicator that I think that even if you're not a big indicator person like myself, definitely be aware of it, where it is. All right, guys, that might be it for the CDIO. I've taken some more out, don't have very much left. Again, that 280 may be the 280. What did it get to? It got really 278, and here it is, 280. So that may stall it for a while anyway, if not, if not forever. So even though the histogram looked pretty good, I'm still always aware of where those highs are. Yeah, the not V over 644 certainly, but again, let it happen though. I've got my alert set up in that area, so just let it happen. If it doesn't happen, don't take the trade, in my opinion. LYV short, let's take a look at that's Live End, isn't it? Yeah, or Live Nation. They've been in the news a bit. I don't know about short. I mean, there's the okay. There's the VWAP up here. Six. I probably wanting to see what it would do if it gets closer to it. It's making higher lows on the 15-minute chart as we speak. You know what? This CDIO looks like it might go right through that 280 mark, which is good. If you guys are in it, great. I have some left, but not. I've dumped most of my position. Boy, HTOO, I am surprised. I mean, didn't really do that much on Friday. I mean, I had a pop and all that, but then that was it. But what a move. I mean, 8 million in the float. Irish company, or at least they're incorporated in Ireland. I remember there was a huge, and this is a few years ago, of course, but a lot of companies relocating to Ireland for favorable tax purposes. So I don't know if this is truly an Irish company but I think your government put a stop to that. So, or made it so that the tax advantages were no longer there. All right, maybe that is it for the CDIO. Ooh, this is an ugly, ugly looking 15-minute chart for LMDX. Very ugly. Well, I wonder if SHC is getting set up for another leg down. Well, 787 is the, looks like that's the low area. Then down here is 764, so that might support it. It'd be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow because, again, there was a settlement, positive court ruling for them. That's what caused the move. I mean, it's still up 31%. And the attraction, of course, is that where it got to, 960 was right here, 965. If it somehow over the next few days can kind of get back through there, then the next high is 15. So that is why I'm going to put some price alerts for this one, just in case, this has been a pullback from the highs of today, a lot of profit taking, but it's still up 31%. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So you can see this when I was demonstrating in the simulator how to take a trade, this NMTC, still kind of hanging in there. But at one point I was up $102. All right. For some reason, my machine is going crazy. And I mean crazy. Thank goodness we've got noise control. So in keeping with what I'm going to start doing, I'll be doing my video at 3 instead of at noon, just because of that with my computer. So well, CDIO is holding, just has to get through 280 in a big way. Captain, I think you mentioned PXMD a lot earlier. You said it was a little thin. It looks like it's not too bad, though the relative volume is not great. Okay, guys, NOTV back at Friday's high. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but excuse me, that's a big area. Let's see how well it holds. There's the high of the day is 644. You know, this gets to like a bid 645, 647. I think that'll take it. I think that might take it. So right now the bid ask is 640, 642 right here. I think if it can really clear that 640 level, again, maybe like a 645, 646, 47 ask, that could get it running. I haven't looked at Tesla at all. Does Elon still own it? Oh, wow. Guys, a CDIO, I don't have very much left, but hey, listen, if it takes out that 280, volume coming in, histogram's looking good. Yeah, you're right. Another high for PBYI, another high. See, the histogram doesn't look wonderful. So, I mean, that's it, it's not like popping higher. So it's, again, it's just an indicator. It's not the be all and the end all. Now, keep an eye on Donut, guys, even though that histogram is sort of increasing, but look at Donut through the VWAP, 1565. And, I mean, maybe it's moving more with the market, but this looking like maybe a short here, DNUT through that VWAP, underneath it. BTC flush, BITO. Let's take a look at BITO. Yeah. Bitcoin BITO. There's the, I guess this is the big ETF for Bitcoin. I remember used to be GBTC. And that's still on the pinks, I believe. So I don't understand this one anymore. Somebody would have to explain this to me. Is this now the inverse? Because it's moving higher. Somebody will know. I'm not a Bitcoin player at all. So why is GBTC going up? I know it's a pink sheet, but this used to be the only one, whereas BITO moving down. Hey guys, again, keep an eye on the not V. Starting to make higher lows, but I would be waiting for a 645 bid at least. Wow, $39 for coin. Oh man. Oh, I see. Well, the low is just under, well, almost 40. See the difficulty CDIO is having taking out the high of the day? Just a number, it's just 1 penny. I mean, it did. I didn't even, yeah, actually, I wish I'd known that. I lost sight of it. So, okay. All right. So it did get up to 284. So that is now the new high of the day. So Robert, are you talking about, this is just something I took in the simulator to demonstrate how you can use the simulator. Okay, there was no bot. I mean, NMTC was appearing in the races earlier on in the day. Okay, so I said, okay, let's take this trade in the simulator. So it wasn't a bot or anything like that, if that's what you mean. Is that what you mean? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Can I see the entry the bot used to take NM? So I'm assuming you're talking about why you're seeing this in the simulator. This was just a demonstration of how to take a trade in the simulator. And why I picked NMTC is because earlier on in the day, it had won several races. So I thought, okay, well, let's take this one as an example. Okay. How it works? Yeah. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing to do. Oh yeah. Well, today is not a great day. You can tell right off the bat, but you just wait for the alerts to happen and you have a stop, and how you trade them will be up to you. There's really nothing more to it. Well, there's nothing to it other than that. You will not get an alert until at least 9:35, so nothing happens in the pre-market. Okay. But you just basically wait for them to happen. But again, how you trade them will be up to you. It's not a system, even though I know we have the ability to auto trade it, but I so 100%, 100%, I'm against it. Okay, auto trading it. But there's literally nothing to do other than wait for the alerts. But that's, wait for the alerts to happen. And then you kind of size it up and think, okay, do I want to take this trade or not based on, maybe some chart reading ability? What's the market doing? Do you have any other questions? I can try to answer them. I mean, what happens with the AI is overnight it goes through. I can't remember anymore how many strategies we have, but it goes through what's called an optimization procedure through all those strategies, and then let's just say there are 50. A certain amount of them will make the cut for the next day. Making the cut meaning it has the right profit win percentage and profit factor that is necessary for a strategy to make the cut. And then so obviously not all 50 strategies make the cut every single day. And then those that do, then you see if there's any alerts that are produced from them. Because just because a strategy makes a cut, remember this is all done the night before, doesn't mean that you'll get any alert from there, because all the filter values have to be met before you'll get an alert. Yes, in fact, we do have a very nice promotion on right now. Glad you asked. So there is the promo code you can use. Or sorry, there just click on my homepage link. Okay. I think CDIO could be done, guys. So click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So there's the promo code you can use, Friday 30 for 30% off the first month only, or the entire year. So you can try us out for a month. Now, if you want to have access to the AI, here it is on a monthly basis. Okay, so that'd be 228 less the 30%. If you just want to try our standard service, it'd be 118 less the 30%. So that works out to what, $159 for the month for premium to try us out. And then maybe you can make up your mind afterwards if you think the premium service is worth it. You could always start off with the standard though. Again, the big difference between premium and standard is this, but it has good days and bad days. Today's not a good day, obviously. It stopped out 3 of the 4 trades. So that is probably a good segue for me right now, talking about my homepage, okay? So again, if you do take out, anybody takes out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. I'm going to do my stock of the day video in about 20 minutes. It's free, of course. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. It is free. It did not trigger. It is an energy play, PARR. And it did not trigger. The trigger is 25. And of course, so before somebody says, well, that's a terrible trade of the week, it isn't a terrible trade of the week. It never triggered. If the trigger was $25. So if you take this before, that's up to you. Had the pop on that Saudi news right there with a lot of energy stocks, but now falling back down. Then here's the education link. So there's the user guide. And again, here is that getting started. Okay. Alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Understand those three aspects of trade ideas before you try to look at anything else. And the daily support. So tomorrow, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. No webinars this week, the short week, no webinars this week. Back to basics. This is, again, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, put this together. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Free, it's all free. Only thing on my homepage, obviously you have to take out a subscription that costs. And if you want my scans, here they are. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. And this should be changed now. Thank you, Laura. This should be changed. I had him make the change. So it is now the change from the open, not the 5-minute volume. So here are the scans that I am sharing. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. So if you are going to take out a subscription, it would be great if you could use my link. Okay. Yeah, you get a little credit for it. Keeps the room free. And also, if you save my link, you can always take a look at my scans. I do change them up from time to time, and the big education section. So I think my homepage has got a lot of good information on it. So it's a good resource for you. So the question is, oh yeah, the Robert, that is good until I believe what month are we? November 28th. I believe it's November 28th. So yeah, you have time. Question is, how long will that 30% promo be? So the question is, in our main room, is it possible to use trade ideas to visualize and trade options? Well, I'll let you tell me. Guys, not V. Boy. So I'll let you tell me, okay? Because this is what we do have for options. If I right click on an alert window, configure, and then I click on that search box, and now I'm going to type in options. Okay. So this is what we have for option data. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio, the option volume today, that's the total puts and calls, put volume and call volume today. This option volume here is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, okay? And then this is kind of the key one right there. The option volume today %. So what that means is if you use that filter as an example, okay, we add the filter, remember it's a percent. Let's say I put 300% or a ratio of 3. So what that means is if a stock over the last 10 days has averaged, say, 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, For you to see that stock today, it will have to be trading 6,000 contracts. In other words, 3 times. Okay. So what it does is it helps you zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity. Now, whether or not that helps you trade the options, I know there are people that use that at least to identify the stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Then, I don't trade options. So yeah, the platform works pre and post market, Robert. We start our data at 4 in the morning Eastern time, and we go to 8. Now, I will say this, if you try and trade earnings after hours, I mean, good good luck and all that. Remember, we're out of earning season right now, so you're going to have very few, you only have 100 companies, less than 100 companies releasing earnings this week. So, as opposed to we had a couple of weeks, about 3 weeks back, where we had over 1,000 companies for the week. So we had lots and lots and lots of earnings spikes, but we're out of earnings season now. So, but you can certainly try to, you can identify earnings after hours. Yes. You just probably won't get too many alerts. So does that answer your question, Investia? I mean, I do know there are people that trade options, that use that, but it's not like it's scanning for options as, with the Greeks and all that. So it's not that, but at least it's showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So you're not having to search through every stock that has options and, well, is this worthwhile looking at? Yeah, so the question was it's not really focused on options. So no, exactly. I'm not trying to mislead you at all, but at least it'll show you those stocks having abnormal option activity. Well, alerts work in this fashion. I mean, you can create, we've got all sorts of different, the question is from our YouTube room, how do alerts work? I can show you and give you an example. Yeah, I mean, here's an example of an alert window right now, okay? So PBYI, as an example, now this is at 229, there hasn't been a new one since then, but PBYI made a new high, price was 460 at 229. If there's another, if another stock, well, it's not a great, it's like an example, but this is a very tough set of filters. You can see I don't get too many alerts from this one, but that's the basis of it, though. You can create your own real-time alerts. See these, when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons alerts that we have. New high for the day, new low for the day, etc. I'm not going to go over them all, okay? And then these are all the filters that we have. And when you see these icons, so the whole idea is to, if you want to create your own, I mean, I am sharing a lot of my scans, and we've created a lot of scans in our channel bar. But of course, if you want to create your own, you can. But I don't get hung up on how many different alerts and filters we have. One of the things that they did as a company is they figured that most people would not want to have to create or learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So, they created, I click on new and go to doc channel bar, and I'll click on the momentum channel. So this is a demonstration of how you can kind of make it work. So I don't know. So here's one right now. DZSI. Okay. See, it just made a new high right there. Can you see that? Maybe on the 15-minute. It's actually pretty interesting. Now, why did that alert? And that's that one is a new high of the day. I mean, we have different alerts, but this one is set up to show stocks making new highs of the day with oh, I see. So you're not listening to me anymore. Okay. Well, hurry up because I'll be here till 3:30, but at 3 o'clock I'm going to do a video. So let me know when you're back. So this is actually a really interesting one, guys. Look at the DZSI. I mean, it had earnings probably, you can't tell here. Should have the earnings filter as an op. But it got hammered down, but look what it's doing. And the next high looking left is like 1381 or so. So this certainly has some room. Let me get that up here. DZSI, DZSI. Guys, not V, not V, not V. At 645, 646 area was, for me anyway, it was very key. So I will be doing my video very soon, okay? Anytime now. It doesn't take me long. And our class clown has chimed in. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, I think I'll do my video now. This is a good experiment for me also to see how my computer reacts to it. So I'm going to do my video now. So keep up, what time is it now? 2:53. Should be earlier, but I'll put 3:10, okay? Should be back around 3:10. Ooh, I'm sorry, David. I think I still had that room on mute. Sorry about that. So if you can hear me now, that was my issue. I had the room on mute. My mic was on and the main room was on, but I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute the YouTube room. Okay, that's my issue. Okay, so basically what this is, I'm pretty sure what they mean by risk assessment is that you have conservative, moderate, and aggressive, okay? And what conservative means is if you get out exactly when the AI gets out of a trade. Moderate means if you stay in the trade right to the end of the day, unless the stop actually got hit. And aggressive is what would happen if you just stayed in the trade right to the end of the day, regardless of whether the stop got hit or not. I honestly wish they would get rid of this. Okay, but so it's just showing you, okay, how, your risk assessment. Are you conservative, moderate, or aggressive? I haven't really looked at that for a long time. Yeah, it's all about the AI. So, Robert, are you back from getting your food? Because I'm just about set to shut the room down. I will stay. I will stay though if you are back from getting your food, and just give you a quick explanation about how to, how our alerts work, real-time alerts work. Yeah, I'm seeing this ONC. Yes, no kidding, gone wild. No kidding. 4 to 5, just like that. And it has room. It still has room. $8. 8.11 is the next high looking left, I believe. Yes, it still has room. Not an incredible amount of volume for it. Yes. Ah, that's right. This is this crazy one with the very, very low float. And just got halted. ONCS just got halted. All right, guys. Well, I think that is it. Don't see any other questions. Okay. Well, as always, thanks for all the help. We'll open the room tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Well, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And I'll shut you guys in YouTube down right now also.